knowing you directly by face. So one of the seats, this is a conference of FTR with IFT, of course. But one of the objectives of the conference is to organize this session where, those of us who are associated with FTR, we come together and have a chat with each other and do some presentations and, try to think about how we can go forward. And so the main intention of this conference is this. So what we will do is we will present. There is all of us prepared. Actually, I was not supposed to present, but another of our associate editors, Gaurango Das, he has a problem in his family. His brother is seriously sick with cancer, so he could not come. And the paper he was supposed to present is a joint paper with me, so I will present that paper. So, Devashish, I think we can start the session.
Yes, we'll request Professor Wadud to take charge of the session.
Have all the presenters come?
Yes, I can see in the presentation Professor Belaki is here. Just let me look at the program schedule once. You will be presenting the paper jointly with Professor Dash. The third paper presenter is here, Professor Nadia and Professor Parsons. I'll just check whether they have joined yet or they're going to join a bit late. Mauricio is here. So yes, I think we can start the session. Maybe Nadia and Craig, they're going to join a little later.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. So I can see that we have 25 minutes for each presenter. Shall we stick to the same time or we shall?
Yes, I think we can broadly stick to that timeline.
Okay,
and around 5 minutes we have taken for the floor discussion, I guess.
Sure,
if we have some extra time at the end of the session, we can ask question from the audience.
Absolutely. Okay, welcome everyone for this first session of day 2. And the conference is Contemporary Issues in International Economics. And this is a conference organized by Department of Economics, IIFT Kolkata campus, in collaboration with the Foreign Trade Review, which we are all familiar with. And I have come to know that today's session is very special because all the presenters are members of the editorial board as well. So it must be a very exciting session today. And we have 5 presenters altogether. The first presenter is Professor Gaurango Gopal Das from Hanyang University, South Korea, and Professor Ranajay Bhattacharya from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata. Each presenter would have 25 minutes, and there will be a 5 minutes time slot allowed at the end of each session for floor discussion, which is more like question and answer session. So perhaps at the end of 24th minute, I can give a warning that this is your last minute before you can finish, if that is okay. Is that something agreeable? You want me to give just to show a sign or something to let you know that it's another 1 minute left before you can finish, something like that. All right, so I would like to welcome Professor. So who is presenting now, the first one?
I will be presenting because Gaurango Gopal Das is not there.
Yes. So Professor Ranajay Bhattacharya will be presenting the first paper, Contract Farming in Agriculture and Spillover Effects on Host Country, a General Equilibrium Model of Impact for Development Policy. Professor Bhattacharya.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is sequel of our work we have already done on contract farming and its effect on food security. Basically, we want to see the main problem here is that in contract farming, there are very few theoretical papers. The most of the papers are empirical. And these papers are all primary survey based. So if there are 100 papers, which there are, in fact, more than 100 papers, then all the 100 papers have studied different things, different places, some in Madagascar, some in Pakistan, some in Eastern Europe, some in Western Europe, that whole world. And naturally, what has happened is that since the initial situations have changed, conclusions have been quite, contradictory. Sometimes some conclusions have been found somewhere and then they have been contradicted somewhere else. So basically, what we found after reviewing the literature was that there is nothing that we can say definitely. So let me say that there, for example, by Ton, there are a couple of meta studies of the literature. Even they have found that, so some like 52 papers, some have studied 50 papers, some have studied 60 papers. And even they have found that statistically significant conclusions do not emerge from the multiplicity of studies. So basically what happens is that no one exactly knows how contract farming, what is the effect of contract farming, what to expect, what theory can do, what to expect about contract farming in a country, in a particular country. And this is important to know because before you start regulating contract farming or your regulations come in, government regulations come in, you should know exactly what might happen. If you cannot, there are two ways of gathering information on that. One is what has happened in other countries. But if that gives confusing evidence, then at least what should happen logically. So this paper is basically on what is expected to happen logically. Now, contract farming, problem about contract farming is contract farming by its very name. It's a contract between producer and a foreign producer and a domestic producer. But so might be a game theoretic approach, contract theory can be useful here. If we don't, contract theory, game theory, what the problems are that they are very much dependent on assumptions. So basically, if you take one assumption, then something happens, another assumption, something else happens. So basically what this paper does is do not take imperfect competition, takes perfect competition and then tries to see what do we expect from contract farming in a perfectly competitive market. Now, so the setup is important. How we approach this issue is important. And so in our setup, what we have tried to do is that there is a traditional agricultural sector. Initially, there is just a traditional agricultural sector and a manufacturing sector. And there are three factors of production: labor, capital, and land. There are three factors of production and just two sectors. Why two sectors? There is contract farming in the world. So, okay, the agricultural sector produces food and the manufacturing sector produces industry, manufacturing good. Now, the agricultural sector therefore does not produce a cash crop. This is our assumption. And the contract farming sector produces a cash crop. There is a reason why we assume that, because if the food security issue can be highlighted, if we see that basically what does contract farming mean? Contract farming means that a foreign producer comes and takes up a plot of land in a underdeveloped country, produces something there and takes it back. That production that is done might be food crop, might not be a food crop. But the common characteristic of that is that land, whatever produce we get from that land, is not for consumption in domestic market. It is for consumption in foreign market. So basically, even if contract farming produces food crops, you will see that contract farming can lead to food security because it's not sold in the domestic market. This problem about food crop here and food crop there, this problem can be solved if we assume that the contract farming is not producing food crops at all, it's producing cash crops. So now what is then contract farming all about? Think about a country where, so I will give a couple of diagrams, not too much maths, because there is a lot of algebra in this paper, and we don't need all that. What we need is the basic thing that the point that we are trying to make. So basically what happens is, this is the normal old specific factor model of trade, where we have land in the horizontal axis, which is a fixed amount of land, and then we have the value of marginal productivity curve for agriculture, and then CF is for contract farming. Okay. Now, so this amount of land, so let us initially assume that manufacturing does not need land. So the entire amount of land, this entire amount of horizontal area, this will be divided among agriculture and contract farm. Now, so there are many countries in the world where contract farming does not happen. So let us start with that, and then we can gradually go into the fact that what happens after contract farming comes. So the blue line, this is the value of marginal productivity curve of agriculture. So if the entire amount of land is given to the agriculture, then your wage rate will be this dotted blue line. Dotted or rental rate. Here we are talking about rental rate. Rental rate will be since we have land, we are talking about rental rate. This will be the rental available in the country. Now, if the value of marginal productivity curve for the contract farming sector is below this, for example, this contract farming sector, value of marginal productivity, then it cannot enter, because if it tries to enter, then it will give a rental which is at point B, which is below the R0 rental, which is available which agriculturists get at home. Therefore, what they will do is they will not give land to contract farming. Now, this is value of marginal productivity. So it's price into marginal productivity of contract farming, assuming that the marginal productivity of contract farming remains same. Or not remains same. Somehow, therefore, this marginal productivity curve, value of marginal productivity curve, has to rise up to meet this. If it rises up to meet this, then it will be able to generate a high level of rent. So a part of the land will be available to them. Now, this is a value of marginal productivity curve. How can it move up? Two ways it can move up. One is if marginal productivity rises, if price rises, or if price rises. So, if you think about a country where there is no contract farming and you assume perfect competition, then one way of thinking about it is that in the world, what has happened is this is the value of marginal productivity curve, either because marginal productivity of land is low, so technology is not so good in contract farming, or because price of contract farming, in our case, the cash crop is low, therefore it is below. Compared to the rent available, compared to the value of marginal productivity of agriculture in that country. So in countries where the value of agriculture, VMPL curve of agriculture, value of marginal productivity curve for agriculture is lower, there contract farming will be happening. In other places, contract farming will not be happening. Now, in the paper, what we do, we follow the standard Jones framework. So what we do is we work with hat algebra. Hat algebra means what? We assume a small open economy. If you assume a small open economy, then we have our fixed prices, and our fixed prices can change. That triggers a Stolper-Samuelson kind of effect. So what we do is, in the paper, what we do, two things we do. One is we, in the first paper that we have already published, in that paper, what we do is we increase the price. So we assume that the world price of contract farming increases. If the world price of contract farming increases, then of course this will shift up. And as world price keeps on rising, you might hit H or you might hit C even. If you hit H, then this part will now go into contract farming. Part of the land will go into contract farming. And this part of the land will remain in agriculture. If your price keeps on rising of cash crops, then at a point of time you will go there in the red line, and there what will happen is more land will be given to contract farming and less land. And obviously what will happen, we can see from the figure itself, no need of doing the algebra at all. What we can see that as more and more land is transferred from contract farming to agriculture, then agricultural production goes down in the country. Therefore, there is a problem of food security in the country, because in our model, agriculture produces food and contract farming produces cash crops. And as I said, this is general to contract farming producing non-cash crops, food crops also, because the contract farming part is not sold at home. So at home, there is a scarcity of food. But mind you, there is a problem there. Because what is happening to the produce that contract farming is making? Of course, they are exporting it. So this means that our balance of trade becomes surplus due to contract farming, improves due to contract farming, and we always have money to buy that food from outside. Even without food aid and things like that, we don't need aid. We will just say that we will export this part, but we will import this part. And we will. So a part of our land will go into cash crops. That cash crop will be exported. Because a part of our land is going into cash crops, therefore our food crop production has gone down. Therefore, we have scarcity of food. Therefore, we export the cash crop and import food with it, and this can maintain even balanced trade. So this is the first paper, as I said. So one way is to increase this. Another way is to assume that price of world food does not change, but there is an increase in marginal productivity. So there is a Higgs neutral technical, Higgs neutral technical progresses are easy to handle in the Jones framework. So there is a Higgs neutral technical progress in the contract farming sector. Then also the same thing happens. This curve goes up, and So there are two ways by which a country where there is no contract farming can start. One way is that if world prices of food increase, and the other is when technology of producing contract farming of the crops in under contract farming that improve. But in any case, in both situations, the in both situations, the your food scarcity will automatically happen. I will come to the long run in a bit. But before that, let me discuss a little bit of more of hard algebra here. So basically, we are thinking about land, labor, capital. Capital, we are saying, is specific. We are capital land as I think labor is the mobile factor. Labor is the mobile factor across the three sectors, and land is specific to contract farming and agriculture. Initially agriculture, and then when contract farming comes, contract farming and agriculture, and capital is specific to the manufacturing sector. Now you will see that if contract farming comes in, rent of land obviously increases. Now, as rent of land increases, therefore, because see, previously R0 was the rent, now R1 is the rent of land. So as rent of land increases, land from agriculture goes into contract farming. Now, as agriculture, land goes from agriculture to contract farming, labor also moves from agriculture to contract farming. And therefore, both rent and wage will increase. But if capital is there as well in the contract farming sector, and if capital is drawn from the manufacturing sector, then under that assumption, then the rental of capital will also increase. If the capital is not used in the contract farming sector, or capital used in the contract farming sector comes through FDI, then nothing will happen to small r, I mean rental. Otherwise, if capital comes from the domestic market, then rental will also increase. Now let us go to the long run, what will happen. In long run, so basically what is happening is, initially, so this is a normal classical trade theory cone of diversification. This is the complete, these are the complete specialization zones, and this is the place where both the goods are produced. So initially, if your endowment is either at this or at this, then you will be producing only one good, agriculture, either only in domestic agriculture or in contract farming. So when we come to only contract farming, which means what? That the blue, this line becomes the red line and goes up, 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 and the whole amount of land goes from agriculture to contract farming. There's a theoretical possibility is there. So in that case, we move from this zone means the zone to the left to directly to the zone to the right. In between, both goods are produced. In between means typically, if you are at, say, on this line, then H is produced. Okay. At point H, then both goods are produced. So this is the incomplete specialization zone. So basically, we are not talking about this zone, we are talking about this zone where agriculture and contract farming are both produced. But mind you, there is always a risk that too much of land goes to contract farming, agricultural production goes down a lot, and food security of the country, in the sense that whether the country can produce enough food to feed its own people, that is at risk. Now, if we look at the international market, so we will now look at the industry wise. So here, industry, this is a small open economy model. Industry means world. Then what will happen is your supply curve. What does contract farming mean? Contract farming means in that particular small open economy, your supply curve for supply of agricultural goods, this will go down. Supply of agricultural good will go down. And since we have said that rental will increase, there is possibility that even wage will increase. And of course, rent is increasing. There is a possibility of an income effect, because income is increasing due to new technology coming in. And in that case, demand for food may even go up. So price of food in the international market will start to go up. So the situation is like this, that initially the contract farming price was going up. That is why the contract farms could enter the industry, it can enter the country. After contract farming enters the country, takes away land, substitutes food with cash crops, supply of food falls, it generates more income. If everyone gains, then there is an income effect of increase in demand for food. Therefore, price of agricultural goods will go up. This will happen both in case of where the supply curve is positively sloping, and where the supply curve, if it is fixed, if it is this vertical also, this happens. Now, if agricultural goods price starts to go up, then if you go back to this diagram, then it is now the turn of this line B, what is called this PMPVA for agriculture. These two start to go up. If it starts to go up, then again land will come back from manufacturing, from contract farming to manufacturing. So in the perfectly competitive model, as long as contract farming will create food security and will take away land in underdeveloped countries, in those areas where the contract farming, it's basically a problem between the this marginal productivity curve and this marginal productivity curve. But as contract farming expands once again, so there will be a long run equilibrium where a certain amount of land will be allocated to contract farming and a certain amount of land will be allocated to agriculture. Now, what are the welfare effects of this? This welfare effect is also, we have done the algebra, but the welfare effect is quite simple, because see, since R is continuously rising and your price of contract farming has increased, and more as price of contract farming increases, more and more land is dedicated to contract farming. It can be shown that the gross domestic product of a country will rise due to contract farming. Now, gross domestic product, this is a competitive economy, so welfare is
just... You have 1 more minute.
Yes. You have just gross domestic product as the welfare of the economy. So there is no doubt that in a competitive economy, if a contract farming comes in, welfare in the sense of gross domestic product rises. But whether development is affected, inequality increases or not, that depends on the distribution of labor and capital among the sectors. We have constructed several situations in which we show that capital R, rent increases, small r, rental increases, but wage, since it's a specific factor model, wage with respect to price of one good increases. So if the wage being the mobile factor becomes comes in the middle. So wage in terms of price, in terms of one good increases and in terms of another good falls. So there are situations when actually inequality will rise when contract farming comes in. Okay. So this is basically what I have to do. So there is a growth, inequality, trade-off of contract farming. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. So the floor is open for questions and discussions. We have 5 minutes for it. So any question from anyone? You can raise your hand electronically, or you can just unmute yourselves and ask questions. Thank you. So Udit Narayan is going to ask something. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, we have a question from Udit Nara. Someone raised hand, right?
So I raised my hand. My name is Udita Bhattacharya. Yeah, I'm Ronaja's student. So I have just had a question. It's more like a clarification. Can you just explain the case where inequality rises once more?
See, inequality will rise under the situation that contract farming is capital intensive. Contract farming uses capital, is capital intensive, more capital intensive, less labor intensive than agricultural sector. So as land moves from agriculture to contract farming, the land moves, capital moves from manufacturing to contract farming. Agriculture does not use capital. Capital moves, so small r increases because demand for capital increases. Demand for land increases, so capital r rent increases. But in that land, 1 hectare of land, agriculture used to employ 5 people. Contract farming will employ 2 people. So 3 people will be extra from that land. This will increase the supply of labor in the market. This will reduce the wage. So in that case, inequality will rise in that laborers' income will fall, rental income will rise, and rent income will also rise. Capitalists and landlords will be gaining and laborers will be losing. So this is the inequality issue. Is it clear?
Thank you, sir. Understood. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Sir, my question is also related to the first one. That is, here you are assuming that is a small country,
Yes.
and that means the country is more dependent on agrarian system. That means it is mostly agriculture, and that is why this farms who are interested in contract farming, they're coming into this country, or they're also, this small country also has a equally manufacturing sector equally active.
No, there is manufacturing sector. We start with agriculture and manufacturing, and then it becomes, so we start with 3 factors and 2 goods. And then we go to, when contract farming comes in, it becomes a square model, 3 factors and 3 goods.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So there was the manufacturing sector. In the initial model, manufacturing uses capital specific, agriculture uses labor, Manufacturing uses labor and capital. Agriculture uses labor. When contract farming comes in, contract farming uses labor and capital. Manufacturing uses labor and capital. Agriculture still uses labor. And land is, of course, used only by contract farming and agriculture. It's not used by manufacturing.
Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other question? We may have another 2 minutes or so. If not, then maybe I can ask a question myself to Professor Bhattacharya. I mean, if income inequality is the, unexpected result of this contract farming, how would you think that can be mitigated? Incorporating other sectors like maybe training the extra labor force anyway.
So basically, I did not talk about spillover effect. One way this can be mitigated is by spillover effect. So what happens is that people who go to contract farming sector, they go from agriculture to the contract farming sector. They learn what they are doing in the contract farming sector, and some of them come back to the agricultural sector and use better technologies in that sector, better insecticides, use of insecticides, use of fertilizers in that sector proper. And this leads to spillover effects. So basically, we have found in places where contract farming has gone up. In both situations are there. Inequality has gone up. Inequality has gone down even. But inequality generally, theoretically at least, inequality can be easily go down if spillover effects are there.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. Anyone else? Any other questions? If not, then we'll move to the second presentation of this session. So let's give a big hand applause to Professor Bhattacharya for his wonderful presentation. He can always electronically show the gesture. So our next presenter is, so we have Professor Christian Belak or Marcus Lebrecht. So Professor Christian Belak is there. Okay. So from Jena University of Economics and Business, Austria. So Professor Belak will be talking about the political economics of So his topic is the political economics of bilateral investment treaties, the unique trajectory of Brazil. So Professor Christian Belak, it's on to you now. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I still have a problem sharing my screen. Okay, are the slides visible now? Can I see the slides?
No, sir. Actually, Professor Bhattacharya, can you please share your screen?
Yeah, that's right. I think the
sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
All good.
Okay, does it work now?
No, we cannot see your screen right.
We can't see your screen yet, but maybe sometimes it takes a bit of time to upload. And we can see it now. Yes.
Okay, fine. So thanks a lot for your invitation. And good afternoon. I visited your institute like 10 years ago and I was very impressed with the work. And I'm happy and glad to continue our cooperation. So the paper we are going to present is actually a joint work with Marcus Lebrecht, who is based in Shanghai. And our paper is about the investment treaties Possibly some of you will have listened to Professor Huria's talk yesterday, who argued that increasingly investment provisions are included in regional trade agreements as well. But of course, you are all aware of the fact that the investment regime and the trade regime are very different. While trade is organized on a multilateral and increasingly regional basis, investment policy is mainly organized on a bilateral basis between states. So at the moment we have like 3,200 investment agreements in place, and 2,200 of those agreements are actually in force. What is common to both of the regimes, the trade regime and the investment regime, is that both are under pressure from different sides, and this is where our paper actually comes in. There are two close links to India as well. First of all, most of you will know that India has terminated 70 out of its 80 bilateral investment agreements in 2017, I believe it was. And secondly, India has concluded a new type of investment agreement with Brazil back in 2020. This is exactly the type of investment agreement we are going to talk about today. But since the India-Brazil agreement has not been ratified, we are using a different country pair. We are using the Brazil-Mexican investment treaty, but this one is very similar as the Indian treaty. I will use a number of acronyms: FDI for Foreign Direct Investment, IIA stands for International Investment Agreement. These agreements fall into what we will call first-generation agreements, the bilateral investment treaties, and the new type of investment agreements, or second-generation investment agreements, the cooperation and friendship investment agreements. I've listed some of the provisions that are included in these treaties here, and I will use them during my talk. Now, the main driver for countries to conclude international investment agreements is still the possible existence of a hold-up problem, and especially the existence of a hold-up problem leads to the fact that many of these agreements include dispute settlement provisions, which are either investor-state dispute settlement provisions or state-state dispute settlement provisions. Now, the hold-up problem leads or results in less than efficient investment in the host country. So it is in the interest of both parties, the investor as well as the host country government, to solve the hold-up problem. And one solution to the hold-up problem is provided by including ISDS, investor-state dispute settlement, or SSDS, state-state dispute settlement, in international investment treaties, in order to include procedural provisions when a conflict between the host country government and the foreign investor occurs. Now, in the post-investment phase, so when the foreign investor has already sunk the assets in the foreign country, host country governments may have strong incentives to act opportunistically. So they may create what we call a time inconsistency problem. So the promises given prior to the investment become inconsistent ex post to the investment. For example, the host country government may raise the tax rate once the investor has entered the country and sunk its assets in the host country. Now, these international investment agreements, they come with benefits and costs. Among the benefits are, of course, the attraction of inward foreign direct investment or the promotion of outward foreign direct investment. While as a cost, I would mention just 2 points here. On the one hand, giving up some regulatory space is considered as one of the main costs of these agreements, and the possibility of investor-state disputes before investment tribunals is another type of cost that is considered, because it may end up in compensation, financial compensation of the foreign investor in case of a conflict. Now, to put it very simply, international investment agreements contain the protection of property rights clauses, and they contain procedural clauses like ISDS and SSDS, which I have already mentioned. So these are sometimes quite short treaties, but they contain a number of clauses that help to protect the property rights of foreign investors, like the fair and equitable treatment clause, like the most favored nation clause, like the national treatment clause, etc. And within the procedural clauses, we have the investor-state dispute settlement and the state-state dispute settlement, as is the traditional clause in international economic law. Now, Brazil has entered international investment agreements in 2 stages. First, what we call first-generation treaties that have been signed during 1994 and 1999. And the second-generation treaties, what we call the cooperation and friendship investment agreements from 2015 onwards. You can see that there are differences in the partner countries, where the first-generation partner countries were mainly the highly developed industrialized countries. Brazil has now shifted to South-South agreements in the second generation. The focus of the first generation was basically on inward foreign direct investment, so the main motivation was to stimulate inward foreign direct investment as part of its development and growth strategy, to create positive spillovers, to transfer technology, etc., into Brazil. The initiation of the treaty was largely reactive, meaning that the partner countries have proposed the treaties, not Brazil. This has changed during the second generation, where Brazil has taken a more proactive approach. And the main motivation, of course, here was to promote outward foreign direct investment, because the Brazilian government had a lot of pressure of its own companies to invest abroad and to set up protection of their property rights abroad. So therefore, the focus is more on outward foreign direct investment, but of course, the new types of treaties are also valid for inward foreign direct investment. Brazil was in a good position as a latecomer to these new agreements, because it might be able to avoid pitfalls of the first generation treaties, and it was able to include the lessons learned from more recent treaties, and in particular also the application of international treaties. Now, there's an important specific issue concerning the first generation treaties, because they never entered into force. Okay, they only signed but never ratified. But with the second generation, 2 treaties have been ratified, and we are using the Mexico-Brazil treaty in our study. The first generation and the second generation treaties differ in their provisions that are included. So we have one group of provisions that have not been included in the earlier generation, but have been included in the second generation. Among those, I mentioned just the prevention of investment disputes. This is a new focus in the second generation. And also, we have provisions that have been included in the first generation treaties, like the fair and equitable treatment standard, the most favored nation standard, investor-state dispute settlement, but are not included or included with some limitations only in the second generation. So there's a different quality as to the first generation treaties that never came into the force and the second generation treaties, of which two are already ratified. Now, as soon as these treaties were ratified or signed, legal scholars raised concerns about the treaties. So with regard to the first generation treaties, it was claimed that the non-ratification of the traditional bilateral investment treaties has not harmed foreign direct investment into Brazil, which puts into question the purpose of bilateral investment treaties. Okay? So what they said is that the first generation bilateral investment treaty was not a driver of foreign direct investment. Well, with regard to the second generation treaties that included some additional provisions but excluded other provisions, it was claimed that on balance they are less effective than the traditional bilateral investment treaties would have been had they been ratified. Right? And I've already mentioned that the first generation has never been ratified. So also the new type of treaties, it was claimed, were not a driver of foreign direct investment. So Carvalho in 2019 already showed that if Brazil had ratified any of the first generation bilateral investment treaties, the FDI inflow to Brazil in the period would have been even greater. So it dismisses the first claim. But we ask, will the ratified second generation investment treaties positively affect outward foreign direct investment of Brazilian enterprises? Well, the Brazilian government repeatedly has stated a policy goal of fostering outward foreign direct investment of its own companies. And also, this question is particularly important because there may be positive feedback effects from outward investment through their home country, Brazil, like the transfer of technology, etc. Now, we're using in our empirical study the synthetic control method in order to study whether outward foreign direct investment of Brazil to Mexico is actually promoted by the ratification of the second generation investment agreements. And the synthetic control method is a method that allows estimating the average treatment effect on the treated of a single but permanent policy intervention, such as the ratification of an international treaty. Okay? And it is particularly important to mention that the synthetic control method allows for the possibility of the effect to vary over time, which is important because not all effects of a certain policy treatment will emerge instantaneously, and some effects may accumulate over time, or other effects may dissipate over time. So the possibility that the treatment effect changes over time is an important issue. And so the synthetic control method has many advantages over comparative case studies, as it builds a counterfactual scenario on the basis of a so-called donor group, so untreated units, and the synthetic control method is based on the observation that actually a combination of untreated units is able to better reflect the characteristics of the treated unit, so to build a synthetic control, than a single untreated unit alone would be. Okay? So a synthetic control is defined as the weighted average of the units, of the untreated units, which are in the donor pool, and the weights of these units reflects the contribution of each unit to the estimate of the counterfactual, of the unknown counterfactual, in our case of no investment treaty between Brazil and Mexico. The weights are non-negative and sum up to 1, so they can be interpreted as proper weights. Now, we make use of the fact that Brazil and Mexico have signed the treaty in 2015 and ratified the treaty in 2018. We use an outcome model in the tradition of Rubinstein, etc., and our outcome variable is the bilateral FDI stock between Brazil and host country. The countries in the donor pool are, as you can see, a large number, but we have excluded South and Latin American countries in order to obey the standard unit treatment value assumption. So in other words, to allow the effect on the treated unit to be only the effect of the treatment and not the random assignment of other units in the sample. So as a pre-intervention period, we define 2001 to 2017, which means, which is basically dictated by data availability of bilateral FDI stocks of Brazil. The post-intervention period ranges from 2018 to 2021. Among the explanatory variables, we use certain values of the pre-treatment outcome. So the treatment outcome are the bilateral FDI stocks. So this is advised by Furman et al. In a paper published in 2020. And we will see that using these pre-treatment outcomes among the predictor variables leaves only very few, if any, control variables having an impact in our estimation. As control variables, we are using the market potential, the surrounding market potential, so the countries around a particular host country, as Brazil's firms may engage in export platform for direct investment. We are using its own market size in order to account for horizontal foreign direct investment. We are using bilateral trade because, of course, foreign direct investment and trade are very much interlinked, be it intra-firm trade or extra-firm trade. So we account for the strength of existing economic ties. And we also use the growth rate of constant GDPs of the host country in order to account for business cycle effects on outward foreign direct investment, especially since in our pre-intervention period, we cover also the financial crisis of 2008. We use the data since 2 command developed by Jan and which produces nice output and is a very handy command to use in this respect. Now, what are the results of our analysis? I just would like to repeat the claim. So the claim with respect to the first generation was actually that the non-ratification has not harmed foreign direct investment, so investment treaties are actually useless. Okay? But Carvalho, the study I mentioned earlier already, found that Brazil could have attracted more foreign direct investment between 1990 and 2010, despite not enacting a single bilateral investment treaty. So, would Brazil have ratified its investment treaties, the investment treaties it only signed, it would have attracted more foreign direct investment. So the first claim is clearly rejected by the results published in Carvalho. Well, we have addressed, as I mentioned, the second claim, and the second claim was actually that on balance the new agreements that Brazil has signed from 2015 onwards are less effective than a traditional bilateral investment treaty, and I have already shown you the provisions that are included in the first generation, but not in the second generation, or that are included in the second generation, but not in the first generation. And we arrive at the conclusion that we find no evidence of a significant impact of these agreements. So we support this claim that has been made briefly after Brazil has started to sign and partly ratify these new types of agreements. To be more specific, I will briefly talk about this graph and this table. First, let me briefly mention why we have used foreign direct investment stock, while Carvalho in his analysis has used foreign direct investment flows. Well, foreign direct investment stocks are much less volatile than flows, right? So, and also foreign direct investment stocks are much more correlated with the real activities of multinational enterprises than foreign direct investment flows. So on this graph we show the timeline with the dotted line. This is the time of intervention when the Brazil-Mexican treaty was actually ratified. Okay, so it was signed in 2015, but it came into force in 2018.
Professor Bernard, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, fine, thank you. As you can see, the synthetic Brazil, the synthetic FDI stock of Brazil, bilateral FDI stock of Brazil, very closely resembles the actual, the blue line, the actual development of the bilateral investment stocks between Brazil and the host economies, especially in the period before the treatment occurred. The table shows the weight of the explanatory variables, and you see that the only variable that has a weight different from 0 is bilateral trade, which makes a lot of sense as trade is linked to foreign direct investment. Apart from the other variables carry a weight of 0. But also see immediately by looking at this column here, the bias is considerably reduced. The bias between the treated and the synthetic foreign direct investment constructed from the donor pool of countries is considerably reduced compared to the bias that exists if we had used a simple average of these countries. Okay, so the average effect, the average treatment effect on the treated is insignificant for all specifications we have used in the paper. So what do we conclude? We conclude that there is no evidence of a significant impact of the new types of agreement on Brazilian FDI. And our results suggest that possibly the hold-up problem exists in the host country. And this hold-up problem is less well addressed by state-state dispute settlement rather than investor-state dispute settlement, which, however, as I have explained earlier, is excluded from these treaties. So this makes these new agreements less effective. And the additional clauses, the additional provisions of the treaties, which I have mentioned earlier, are obviously not able to compensate for the lack of the dispute settlement clause, which from the viewpoint of investors is considered as a very important clause. So concluding, Brazil could have done better in terms of foreign direct investment by ratifying the first generation bilateral investment treaties, but that never occurred. And it could have done better in terms of foreign direct investment by including an investor-state dispute settlement clause into the new type of treaties. And there are several other countries, like, for example, China, as we have shown in the previous paper, that have made their bilateral investment treaties more investor-friendly by including investor-state dispute settlement clauses. So we have been looking at the benefits, at the possible benefits, at the effect of the treaty on foreign direct investment. And in doing so, we have, of course, neglected the costs of bilateral investment treaties. When we observe what other countries do, for example, the European Union pulling out of the Energy Charter Treaty, India's mass termination of bilateral investment treaties, development in South Africa, etc., suggests, of course, there are substantial costs of international investment agreements as well. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Belak. Thank you. So the floor is open. We have about 3 minutes for discussions, for questions and answers. So if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand or just unmute yourselves. Any question from anyone? If not, maybe I can ask a question to Professor Belak. I was wondering, because sorry, before I ask this question, can I just verify that, can you hear me properly? Because I'm getting an echo. Can you hear me?
Yes, there is an echo effect. I believe the mic of maybe more than one listeners are open. So maybe I'll request all of you to mute yourself unless you are asking a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Because I was getting confused because I was getting this echo. So I just want to make sure that you can hear me. So Professor Belak, one of the things that we know about Brazil is that Brazil is an oil exporting country. I mean, it has been a net oil exporting country traditionally. More recently, it has become like it is also importing oil. But oil or resource, I mean, energy resource is an important stimulus, an important factor which has acted as a driver for Brazilian growth as well. So in your model, I haven't seen that you have controlled for its resource sector endowment in terms of oil production or net oil exports. Would you like to explain that, please, a little bit?
Right. Thank you for this question. You are perfectly right in stating that Brazil is a resource-rich country, and in my view, this would affect to a large extent, of course, inward foreign direct investments. Right? Now, we have looked in our study on outward foreign direct investment, where we have considered Brazil's relationship with Mexico. Now, outward foreign direct investment of Brazilian companies to Mexico to some extent use Mexico as a destination for exporting activities to the US, for example, right? So we didn't consider explicitly the weight of oil, but we have included the bilateral trade relations of Brazil with each of the host countries, so where oil is of course included, right? I would argue that in Carvalho's analysis of inward foreign direct investment of the traditional bilateral investment treaties, that of course were like, and he has used the same methodology as we have used, right? I would argue that on the inward side, it would be quite important to focus on this particular sector or plus other resource sectors.
Thank you, Professor Belak. Any other question, please?
So overall, would you say that this agreement is successful for Brazil since 2015? It has been able to attract enough foreign direct investment, and I mean the purpose for which it was built, is it successful?
Well, if you consider our result, the, let's say, Brazil-Mexican or Brazil-Indian cooperation and friendship treaty states in its preamble that the main purpose of the treaty is to promote outward foreign direct investment and to attract inward foreign direct investment, right? So with regard to outward foreign direct investment, we cannot detect a statistically significant effect of the treaty on outward foreign direct investment stocks on a bilateral level, okay? And the main explanation, so in that sense, it has not been successful comparing to the stated policy objective, okay? What I should mention is that none of the effects we have established were significant with a p-value beyond 0.4, sometimes 0.7, etc., etc. Okay? So, judging from these results, we would say it might become more effective in the longer term, possibly because, as I've shown, that there are a number of innovative new provisions included, right? That might impact positively, but in the short term, they have not compensated the lack of an investor state dispute settlement provision.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you again, Professor Belak, for your wonderful presentation and for your paper. Please join me in thanking Professor Belak once more. And yeah, you can always share your gesture electronically. Our next presenter is Professor Mauricio Bittencourt from Universidad Federal de Parano. Excuse my pronunciation on that. From Brazil. Professor Bittencourt is going to talk about a North-South trade model analysis of patents and inequality. So Professor Bittencourt is on the now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wadud. I would like to acknowledge also all the organizers of the event, Professor Bhattacharya, Professor Debashis, everyone that is involved in this conference. I'd like to congratulate all of you for the job and for all the work, and also for the invitation. I'm going to start. I'm going to try to share my file here for you. Let's see here if I can do that now. Can you see everything?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to start. Yes, this is the presentation I'm going to do right now. And it's a research that is still in progress, of course. I'm going to present just a proposed theoretical model. But I don't want to go through the details because we don't have the time, of course. So I'm going to put some kind of a empirical application at the end, just to make it more easier to discuss. And I'm going to start, of course, even though this is a cross-country model, a cross-country analysis, I'm going to do some kind of a connection, let's say, with the Brazil as well. Just Professor Bellac just presented something about Brazil. I just want to do some kind of a parallel comparisons, but not necessarily the paper is about Brazil, right? So basically, as an introduction, this is the country. As you can see, the map is like a upside down triangle, right? And I live here in the southern part, in Curitiba. The Paraná state is right here. And this area in the south is the largest, let's say it's the most developed area in Brazil. And it also is the richest part of the country. In the northeast, we have the poorer part of the country. And here in the north, as you can see, is the Amazon jungle area. So we have the Amazon coming from in this area here. It is located in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia as well, Venezuela. That doesn't show here, but still very important area and very large area. So as you can see, it's a very large country. So we have many problems because of this size, right? This heterogeneity in terms of the country. So this can also be reflected in this table, as you can see, as a motivation table, where we can compare, right? Many different countries with different development countries here, like Brazil, China, India, for example, comparing with Australia, Canada, US. As you can see, the annual growth rate of the per capita income has been very slow in Brazil and some other countries. In China, India, is exactly the opposite, right? Has been growing over time a lot. So this is something that strikes me in the beginning of this research, because I was thinking about Brazil in comparison to other countries. And then, of course, the paper became a paper that is a cross-country paper, not about Brazil only. Another thing that is also strikes that is a second table here that I have that is related to the Gini coefficient that shows that Brazil has the largest, among the 7 countries that I have here, the largest income inequality overall, right? So you can compare that, even though the Gini coefficient has been diminishing over time, Brazil still has the largest income inequality. Some other countries also have some striking results as well. For example, United States has increasing the inequality over time, as the same as for Australia and Canada. So you see, there's something going on that we'd like to at least to explore a little more. So the basic goal of the paper, well, the general one, is to analyze the interaction between trade, economic growth, and income inequality between developed and developing countries. And this specific objective or goal of the paper is try to propose a theoretical model to explain a north-south type of model that captures the interaction between trade openness, intellectual property rights, and their impact on growth and inequality specifically. So the institutional quality matters, at least in my suspicions, before we develop the theoretical model. And we see that also in the end with the empirical results of the exercise that I proposed. So of course we know that there are so many different sources of growth, and one of them, of course, international trade. So this is one of the reasons why I am actually looking at trade openness as one of the important things to consider in the model. As you can see here, developing and developed countries have different trade openness over time, and Brazil, as you can see here, as a motivation, as I mentioned before, very low trade openness since the beginning of my data here from 2001 to 2019. But although there were increases, as we can see, overall in the world, in terms of trade share on GDP, and also the overall trade has been increasing over time, we also have increases in trade-off between developed and developing countries in the last decades, right? Mainly because of the large number of free trade agreements that we faced. There is also income convergence over time, and also falling in poverty, according to some studies. But we also can see that there is an overall inequality increasing in the last years, as I just showed you about that in terms of the table 2 before. So this is very interesting to understand what is going on that makes some countries more unequal, or increases actually the gap between some countries in comparison to others, right? So I propose here a Ricardian type model based on the Acemoglu and Zilibotti's paper from 2001, where we have a focus on a factor-specific technical progress, where developing countries actually do not protect intellectual property rights, and then this, let's say, makes things much worse because it actually avoids, right, the development of technologies that are more appropriate for some countries, and of course encouraging others that are more inappropriate in terms of resource endowments of these countries that we are talking about. So north-south trade induces then can produce some kind of biased technical changes over time towards more sophisticated or more technological-based products or goods, which of course might increase the gap between rich and poor countries, right? So the basic assumptions that we have here of the model: specialization defined by trade, there is a sector-specific technical progress, there is a imperfect appropriation of profits from innovations in developing countries, and also a technical but very important assumption, that is the elasticity of substitution between goods is larger than 1, which makes a huge difference in comparison to other papers that had done that using this elasticity equal to 1. So we start with autarky, then we have the trade equilibrium, and then we discuss the empirical part. I will try to be very quick here, otherwise I don't have the time to present the empirical results. So basically what we have here is rich countries that we call North countries, with similar economies and identical preferences, which makes our math much easier, of course. There is a continuum of sectors, I call it I, with aggregate production that is the numerator, large Y there. There is each homogeneous good I is produced under perfect competition using capital and labor. There is also, just like Professor Bhattacharya presented in the first presentation, right? We have a sector-specific capital here. In our case, it's a monopoly. It has the, let's say, the innovation, for example, right? And it's a non-tradable and also depreciates after its use. And we assume as equation 1 the traditional Cobb-Douglas production function, which is not so special. Otherwise, of course, other than the AI that is important, that is our index of productivity for the capital in each sector. So now we have some other equations like equation 2, that is the equilibrium price for 2 sectors, sector I and J, for example, where the more productive sectors actually have lower prices. And we have the productivity index AI, how it is defined. by equation 3, right? So we have just a exogenous part that is called the FVI, and the endogenous part that is basically the technical progress is happening, that's AI, right? So this is the important part of this equation. Imbalance growth, of course, I'm jumping so many equations here. I didn't even mention that the utility function that we have is a elastic utility function, but I didn't even present it here, so we don't have the time. But basically, this balance growth path that we have here generates this relative productivity equilibrium across sectors given by equation 4, where the sigma is important because depending on what we are assuming about that, we have different implications. For example, I just have the time to present very quickly, right? So the sigma, if sigma is larger than 0, we are just trying to rule out the Baguati's 1958 contribution about the image rising growth, as you might know, right? So in this case, we don't have that possibility, right? So, but we are assuming that this sigma is less than 1 at least, which is interesting because we can assure that there is some kind of stable income distribution across sectors. What else did we are assuming? Okay, you are also assuming, taking an important assumption from the Dornbusch, Fisher, and Samuelson's paper from 1977, where we have the ordination, right? We rank the sectors from the more productive in the north to the lowest production in the north, which means that the sectors that are more productive in the north are the least productive sectors in the south. Okay, so it's just a matter of ordination, right? Ranking. So ranking the sectors by productivity. So we have this equation here, right? And that is also, we are assuming also that the absence of production of IPRs, the intellectual property rights in South, in the presence of that, in the absence of the protection, means that countries in the South can imitate the innovations from the North, and which makes, the technology AI, that component that I mentioned from equation number 3 here, the AI here, are the same among all the countries, for all the countries, okay? Okay, so I can go quickly right now. We are also assuming because of that, we have a wage ratio given by this omega here, that is relating the wages from the north in terms of the wages paid in the southern countries, which implies that there is a derivative that is positive for the north and negative for the south, of course, right? What else? What we have here? And then, of course, we introduce the delta, that is a parameter that actually measures, it's a kind of an index for the intellectual property rights protection, okay? So the higher magnitude of the delta means that there is more protection for the IPRs in a specific country. And of course, the profitability then of any innovation might be a sum of the rents captured in both regions, right? The north and also the south. So depending on the delta size, more profitability can come from the southern countries, for example, if they are imposing delta to protect IPRs or not. Okay. This is the result from the autarky, the trade model, the trade situation. We have the comparative advantage playing an important role here, of course, through the productivity between countries being different, the phi n and phi s, right? Remember, phi n and phi s are the exogenous components of the productivity that are mentioned. And there is a static equilibrium in free trade that can be achieved considering two conditions. First condition, each good is produced only in the country with the lower price. And then in this case, the North specializes in the sectors where it has comparative advantage, with the production of the others taking place also in the other countries in the South. So this is the first assumption here, or first equilibrium condition. The second equilibrium condition will be the imports and exports are the same in terms of value. Okay, and then equation 5 is important because we have a productivity ratio between North and South for a specific good, where the good is also indifferently produced in either set of countries. For example, there is a price in the North that is exactly the same as the price of the South for that specific good that can be produced. Therefore, this good can be produced in either regions. So we have this omega representing that. And then, of course, there is if North has a comparative advantage that is happening because of the conditions of the technology in this country, this North comparative advantage is decreasing in terms of V, because as I mentioned before, I assume the Dorbush, Samuelson, and Fisher and Samuelson's condition, and when we rank the productivity of the northern countries, as you remember, we have the number of goods being produced. The larger being produced, the lower is the comparative advantage of North in respect to the South. So there is a negative correlation between these two here. So we have a negative schedule, negative sloped schedule to explain this condition, right? Relative productivity. Along the balanced path growth, we have also a condition that generates the sectoral productivity equilibrium given by equation 6. And the equation 6 we can compare to equation 4, as I mentioned before. See here. Equation 4, we see no delta. It's in autarky. In trade equilibrium, we have a different equation relating productivities, but we have the delta here in the denominator. So, which means, of course, the protection for IPRs plays an important role, mainly in terms of trade now. Okay, so technology remains biased against the most productive sectors, which is totally exogenous anyways, with the original difference between North and South being amplified, and also against the sectors of the South that are the poorer countries, where some income from innovations is lost, as long as you have the delta less than 1, of course. So the protection is less than unit, right? So we have some loss of profits coming from the South. As the trade equilibrium condition includes technologies in equilibrium, omega then is increasing in V and decreasing in delta, which means I have a positive slope schedule for trade balance that crosses with the negative schedule that I mentioned from equation 6 before here, right? So we have something like this in equilibrium, and then we have the main results of the model, which are higher levels of protection in the South, reduce the omega, which means that increases wages in the South reduce the number of goods produced there, right? Because we're increasing the V. Free trade can increase the divergence in income and productivity levels between North and South, since trade and specialization lead both countries to benefit directly from the different sets of innovation that are happening there. And there is a lower levels of protection, IPRs, right? The delta less than 1 or very low value magnitudes make innovations in the South less profitable, and higher levels of protection actually reinforce the incentives to innovate, which of course is going to be producing more growth, right? However, if innovations are not directed towards the sectors of the South, the economy of the North would suffer, of course, from diminishing returns to scale, not only because the prices are lower, but also profits are lower as well, but also because some of these sectors are going to be moving to the South because of the lower costs of production over there, down there, right? So I think before the South gains from strengthening institutions in the protection of IPRs, because that schedule that I mentioned before goes to the right, reducing the gap between wages and productivity between North and South, and also increases the number of goods being produced by the South. Right. What else? However, because the South can imitate the innovations from the North with a loss of profit, it may be more interesting for this country not to completely protect the IPRs, which means that not necessarily delta is going to be equal to 1. So there is a reason for not being totally protected, the IPRs, by the institutions from the South. Another reason for that, of course, would be the pressure, the lobby, right, by the monopolists in the South that trying to keep the things the same as they can get the political, of course, the political and economical gains from being a monopolist and enjoying the income from the delta not being perfect, equal to 1. Let's go to the empirical analysis now very quickly. Based on the proposed theoretical model that I mentioned, I presented it very quickly. We have an empirical exercise trying to show how we can relate the model to the empirics, but using a cross-section data, right? A cross-country data, cross-country analysis. So Brazil, of course, is going to be one of the countries that we are considering here as a developing countries. And to show that, we have this figure number 2, where we have an important variable for us, that is the International Property Rights Index from the Property Rights Alliance dataset for 2007 to 2019. And you can see very quickly, right, that the developed country has a very large International Property Rights Index. Developing countries and Brazil one here in red doesn't have that much protection, right? Another figure that's important for us here is the dependent variable that we'll be looking at here, that is the productivity proxy. We use as a proxy the GDP by person employed, and we have that for Brazil and developing countries as well. As you can see, there is a huge gap in terms of productivity for all these countries in this figure, right? So the model that we're going to be presenting here is going to be for 2 different sets of data. One set of data is for the 16 countries that we call for the developing countries data, and the 15 developed countries as well. So we have this data, these countries list here, right, as a developed and developing group of countries. So Brazil, Argentina, Chile, China, India, Peru, etc., are in developing countries, and the other, Australia, Canada, France, etc., are in the developed countries.
Professor Bittencourt, you have about 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so here we have the model. It's a panel econometric model, very straightforward. We have the dependent variable as the productivity, as I mentioned before, productivity proxy. And we have the IPR as one of the dependent variables, openness of trade openness. And we also have some controls like population, capital labor ratio, and also human capital index. And we use some kind of a interaction between IPRs and openness, and also IPR and population as well. The results we can see here, we are mentioned very quickly here. For Brazil and other developing countries, one of the results shows that greater trade openness must accompanied by institutional efforts for greater protection of private intellectual property rights, as this interaction increases the productivity of these countries, and of course contributes to reduce income inequality with other countries. So this is the main results for the developing countries estimation. We have here IPR by itself doesn't explain nothing in terms of productivity. The openness actually reduces productivity, which is not so weird, but also the most important part is exactly this, right? Because we have the positive correlation coefficient for the IPR and openness of trade, which actually is the main result that we were looking for here anyways. Developed countries is also the same, even though the magnitude is different, it's actually larger than for the developing countries. So the results obtained here by the random and fixed effects models actually shows greater openness in the economy leads to a reduction in labor productivity, as I mentioned before. But when such opening is done, of course, in a complementary way with more protection for private and intellectual property rights, this provides an environment for innovations and, of course, attracts more innovation, and there is a significant increase in productivity. Final considerations then. Our study here presented a simple model for trade integration, where this trade integration actually can amplify the differences between rich and poor countries, in addition contributing to a drop in the global growth rate, even when we have the presence of non and conventional gains from trade. So this is very striking. Actually, this is the results that we present that is different than Acemoglu and Ziriboti's paper. Right. Another thing that is interesting here in the results, in the final considerations, the analysis identified a market failure with the presence of little protection for IPRs in poorer or developing countries, under which the trade can bring unwanted effects, as we saw, right? So enforcement of IPRs is important for global trade sustainability, as already we know from the TRIPS agreement that WTO has been trying to implement for some time. The results suggest that trade liberalization in developing countries must be accompanied by another reform that can, of course, increase the protection of intellectual and private property rights and bring more gains in terms of productivity. Another result that we can, then, of course, now I can bring some lessons for the Brazilian case, where if you get the information about Brazilian participation in the world trade, we can see that in Brazil, in 1948, Brazilian trade represented 2% of the world trade. And if you take this information from 2020, for example, we see that it's a little more than 1% of the total world trade. So that is something that is not really matching there, right? The country is increasing, has been developing, but trade participation has been slow or has been low. So this just reinforces to what we discussed today, that maybe there is some other characteristics of the country that can be, improved. For example, the better institutions, and not only looking at the openness of trade, but also some other institutional improvements can be made in order to the country to reduce its gap in terms of income and productivity with respect to richer countries. Well, this is what I have to say today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Bittencourt. The floor is open now for discussion. We have about 2 minutes. So I had to cut down from the 5 minutes that we have. So any question, please, from anyone?
I was trying to understand the logic, the theoretical part. I don't think I got it properly. Your trade liberalization increases along with low IPR protection is harmful to a developing country. This is basically what you are trying to say, is it?
Yes, part of it, because some of the countries, the lower income countries, right, developing countries, can actually explore the lower protection of IPRs in terms of monopoly gains that the people there have about innovations, right? And this is also true because the problem is actually that this actually contributes to increase the gap income gap between rich and poor countries. So there is one aspect of it. Another dimension is the overall trade, because we are talking about the integrated world, right? So integrated economy, so between North and South countries. In this case, if the allocation of resources are going to the less efficient sectors, when we have lower levels of IPR protection, the whole world loses with that. Not only the northern countries that are innovating and getting less profitable returns from these innovations from the south, right? So it is interesting because of that.
So possibly another channel can be, say, for example, many foreign companies do IPR in less developed countries because of tariff barriers. So they can produce goods in those countries. So third countries coming and doing IPRs. So if there is low IPR protection along with high tariff rates, then incentive for this will also reduce, is it? Because you know, if they try and bring IPRs, new technologies here and patent it here, and there is no protection for their technologies here, then they would not bring the technologies. They would be reluctant to bring them here. In that case, I don't think. I think have you considered this? I mean, is the issue of IPR limited to domestic IPR, or is it IPR also from foreigners doing patenting their technologies in India, so that, you know, in developing countries, in order to be selling in developing countries?
Yes, I totally agree with you, Professor. I think this is one of the possibilities, yes, which makes the model even more complex, because we can include some tariffs or something like that, some barriers of trade in the model, and the model becomes even more complex. That's true. But I didn't consider any kind of a trade attraction on the model, only the free trade and also the autarky position situations, and then compare both in the equilibrium. Yes.
Yeah, so we have one question from Anirban Fisher.
Yes, thanks, sir. I'll be very brief. One is like two questions actually. One is, Professor, have you checked your models or your results are on Brazil, but have you checked this thing with any other developing countries, whether this contradictory results, you know, IPR, lower IPR regime, like incentive to IPRs, or different kinds of you know, tariffs and IPR and their effects on inequality, and that is one. Second is, what is the overall innovative environment or innovative innovativeness of Brazil in innovation ladder, because these are developing countries, we know, and they usually are engaged in as till now, like lower and or medium kind of technological innovations in manufacturing industries. These are the two questions.
Right. Thanks for the questions. Actually, I don't have that much time, right? But anyways, gonna summarize about Brazilian. Yeah, I'm very tight in time. Yeah, the first question, yes, you are totally absolutely correct. I didn't touch on that, and I might in the future. But in the second part about Brazilian, yes, we have some characteristics that are different than the other countries. Was mentioned about Professor Wadud actually made a question to Professor Belak about Brazilian sector on oil, right, production. So this is one of the sectors that are very advanced in terms of technology. But we also have the aviation part and also the agriculture, for sure, that are very important sectors in terms of technology being produced and very innovative. So the IPRs, of course, has to be very important to protect these sectors as well, right? Innovations. But you're right. But it's very different, right? People think that, oh, okay, Brazil is just a large country producing a lot of agricultural products, but it's not only that, right? but there are some other innovations happening as well. Thanks for the question.
Thank you so much, Professor Bittencourt, for a wonderful presentation. Please join me in applause and giving a good applause to Professor Bittencourt for his presentation. I'm doing it electronically. Thank you so much. So we need to move to the next presentation. The next presentation is on the topic which is non-tariff barriers and Narayanan. Yeah. Are they present here?
Yeah. Can you see me? I mean, maybe there is some
we
problem.
Can't see you, Professor Chaudhary. Now, yeah, we can't see you.
Let me try. 1 minute. There is some problem.
You may have to turn on your camera. Yes, please.
Yeah, no, I have turned on. Yeah. Now I think it's coming. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Wadut. And what I am going to present, this is a joint work with my colleague Devashish Chakraborty, Professor Devashish Chakraborty from IIFT. He is the co-editor of the Foreign Trade Review, and my colleague Badri Narayan, who is a fellow, GTAF fellow. And I, even though it's a very, very preliminary work that we are going to present here, and this is basically, in IIFT, we are actually doing a lot of advocacy work for the government, and this one is also born out of one of such, advocacy works which we had done on India in UK FTA, and especially we have concentrated on agriculture because, as we'll see, a lot of access, has been, demanded by UK from India in this kind of products. And also we'll see India's exports of agricultural products are also quite significant in UK. And what actually, when we did a very detailed analysis for our work, what we found was that if we remove the tariffs, we don't get any significant benefit from it, though UK benefits a lot. Whereas, there is almost no talks on something which is much more trade restrictive, which is NTBs. And so we thought that we should actually do a separate research work on that, and then try to actually gauge the extent to which this can actually, affect our trade. And so while doing that, what we have basically done method-wise was we have used other companies' work where they have kind of tried to, calculate the non-tariff equivalents. And so where we see how the... I'll share. So, so where we have tried to see that how the domestic price of a product can be higher than the world price when we have non-tariff barriers vis-a-vis when we don't have. So it's kind of a tariff equivalent, and we have estimated it for our product groups. And then what we have done is that we have run basically a simultaneous equation model to see how restrictive are these for our bilateral trade with UK. And then what we have done is then we have relied on Badri, his skills, to tell us, once we have supplied him with this non-tariff equivalents, that using the GTAP 11 database, that how removal of these non-tariff equivalents can actually impact various aspects of trade, employment, GDP in a general equilibrium framework. So that's what we have done till now, and we'll just present the basic results. And though we have to, actually do significant work to make it, I think publishable. So I'll just share my screen now, and I'll just go to the So I hope this is the presentation visible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is kind of our plan. So we just give a brief background, and since India has been involved in a number of RTAs, especially if I look at post 2003, majorly we have gone into RTAs with our Southeast Asian partners, and then tried to also look at East and some of the RTAs with our developed country counterparts, the negotiations are going on for quite some time. And now, after our exit from RCEP, we have been, trying to conclude most of the RTAs as quickly as possible. And so India UK is one of the RTAs which can be very quickly signed, and so we need to understand the implications of it, especially for our agricultural products. So that's what we are looking at here, and we'll then explain a little bit about our data and methodology, and then what are our contributions, and then we look at the non-tariff barrier equivalents and give our regression results, then GTAP results, and give us simple some points which is arising out of this analysis. So as I've said, that we have significantly entered the arena of RTS post 2003, and we had started with Lookist, and then we have shifted to Actist, and whether we have succeeded in the sense that we have succeeded in concluding a number of RTAs, but really most of the work that has been done post the signing of these RTAs have shown mostly that at least from India's point of view, they have not been very significantly positive in the sense that with most of these RTA members, actually we are seeing our trade deficit has significantly increased after the signing of RTAs. In fact, me and Debashish, we have a work on that, and where we have shown this in great detail actually. So now, so also when we look at the Western-centric RTAs, and we look at their scope and option and challenges, what we are seeing is that, so we are, actually at a disadvantage in the sense that number one, might be there is some problem with competitiveness. Number two, our average tariffs are already very high and their average tariffs are already very low. So from just tariff liberalization, we are not seeing much benefits, but in many cases we are trying to sign these agreements to get more market access for our products. But then while doing that, we are also basically kind of getting into a trap of giving more access to certain products which are of importance to those countries, but which might be detrimental for the producers in our country. And when we are considering agriculture, livelihood issues and other food security concerns are of course of paramount importance. And if you look at India-EU bilateral trade agreement, also it's being delayed. It's so for so many years it is going on, and we never know when we'll be able to sign this, because also I think this is also influenced by the fact that within EU also there is not much uniformity in certain NTBs, which they are actually applying on other countries. Of course, Brexit, when we look at it, definitely this actually may be providing us with a new opportunity, because we have the opportunity to actually sign an FTA with UK separately, where the comparative advantage of the two countries can be harnessed, where the other countries, other EU countries, would not influence this opportunity. So I think this is where we are going to look at significant benefits, provided our concerns are properly addressed. And if you look at agricultural trade, it has definitely, as I've already pointed out, a lot of challenges, and in the sense that it has, for India, it is a livelihood issue, and that even after so many years of reforms and also I would say development, our 49% of our population are still dependent on the rural areas, and especially on agriculture. And if you look at the India-UK FTA as an engine to promote agricultural exports from India, then again, as we are going to see that, and we have already done some other work where we have seen that it is significantly impacted by the non-tariff barriers, not much by the tariff barriers. So if those non-tariff barrier concerns through mutual recognitions and other kind of promotional activities that are there, if that is not taken into account, then the benefits can be very limited for India. And as you can see, the last point in this slide actually actually mentions the certain sectors in which UK is looking for significant market access. And these are also areas where some of these are also areas where maybe we have domestic producers, we have also presence of some other foreign producers in India. So it's a complex issue. So this is what we have done here is just we have basically I would listed some of the work on RTA reform and agricultural trade, and mostly if we go through them, they would show that there have been some benefits, which you can see in the last column, where we are saying that result is positive, and also in some cases we have specified the names of the countries which for whom it has been positive. So, but of course, this we cannot say is universally true, because as you can see, some of the papers, which is we have listed from 13 to 16, we see actually that the benefits could have been negative. So it could have been a negative impact of RTAs on agricultural products, or might be the benefits have been very muted. So it's a mixed bag, and we just cannot say that signing of an RTA will be beneficial for agricultural trade given the evidence we have. So if you look at the RTAs, UK India RTA reforms and its impact on agricultural trade. So if we look at some of the studies which are there, not maybe specifically for UK India, but for most of the RTAs which have been signed by India, and what we can see here is that as I've already pointed out, like the one Ray Chaudhary and Chakrabarti in 2021 shows that the trade deficit has significantly increased for India with respect to the countries with whom we have signed the RTAs, even in agricultural products. So this is a cause of concern. Even Banga 2017 shows that we are not benefiting much, because our average tariffs to start with were higher than our partners with whom we had actually signed the agreements. And also, there has been an absence of non-tariff barrier reforms. We'll, of course, speak about it much more as we progress with our presentation. And you can see that some, papers like Dolabella and Lima shows that if there is some, standard-related, NTBs are removed, then it can positively influence trade. We already have some evidence there. And also that presence of NTBs on Indian agricultural exports and trade is quite significant. There are a number of studies which has already shown that the NTBs are quite high. Of course, we cannot say that it is specific for India, but what we are saying is that for Indian agricultural export products of importance or interest, it is quite high, and it is already well documented in APEDA or Government of India documents, and then Mehta, and then ADB 2020. Also, there is another significant work done by the Exim Bank 2019, where they have actually listed the NTBs, and they have done an in-depth analysis with respect to some of the products and some of the destination countries, and in which case European Union, Japan, US, they have come out as a very significant imposer of NTBs. So if we look at data a little bit, and then you will see that this is just for the agricultural products. We can see that the blue line is the exports from India, and the red line is the imports of India from UK, and that we are seeing that we have a trade surplus with UK, but as you can see, they are converging towards the year 2022. And so, we need to see, whether, which means that already we have a trade surplus, and we have to be very careful that if we sign the agreement, with whether this trend will continue, or maybe there will be a reversal of the trend. Now, if you look at product-wise, and we are looking at importance of UK in India's agricultural trade flows, then you can see that the share of live animals, as you can see, has come down significantly. So it is in UK's export to India as a share of UK's total exports. And similarly here, UK's total imports from India as a share of UK's total imports. So import wise, we can see it has increased, but export wise, it has come down. And you can see that, if you look at beverages and spirits and vinegar, it has significantly increased. That means UK's imports from India have significantly increased, as we can see here. And some of the products where UK is actually exporting, the share at least is higher over time is live tree and plants, as we can see from here. And of course, in most of the cases, I think the shares are coming down. And in case of exports by UK, as you can see from here, but their import shares have gone up. And if you look at the same thing for India, then you can see that, of course, that's the opposite, because we have already seen in the earlier file. So in case of live animals, it has gone up, and in case of beverages, as we can see. And so this is what is the basic trends in most in the 22 agricultural products that we have considered. Now, if we come to the data and methodology part, then we are using this 17 products at HS 6-digit level. We have selected where India is not among the top 5 import sources for UK, even when the unit value of India's exports are lower than the average unit value of the UK import. So we have just tried to see that even when we are actually competitive in the world market, and we are significantly exporting those products in the world market, and when we compare the imports by UK of the same products, we are seeing that they are being imported at a higher unit value than India can actually export to them. So one point, because most of these the data that we have used is when UK was still part of EU, and we have found out that in many of these cases, actually the import is from other EU countries. So it might be because of proximity, or it might be also because of the fact that there are quality differences. But when we have selected these 70 products, even that we have accounted for. So these are the products which actually should be exported to UK at higher volumes, but it is actually not happening. So we have taken the time period 2001 to 2019, and we have calculated, as I've already pointed out, that we have calculated the tariff equivalents using Artakani and Bradford's paper, and where the formula is basically like we have taken the domestic price, and where we have removed the retail and wholesale margins, and divided it by the world price, again where we have removed the wholesale and retail margins, and then we deduct 1 plus the tariff equivalent and the the equivalent of the transport margin. So that tells us that even then, if the domestic price is higher than the world price in the when NTPs are present, and with compared to situation where it's not present, that gives us the non-tariff equivalent. So now the limitation, of course, can be that these are also applicable to other countries. It is not specific to India. And now the regression framework we have adopted here is adopted from Goldstein and Khan's 1978 paper, and we have actually modeled it as a export demand function, which is a function of the ratio of the domestic price to the export price. So which means that the demand for my product would be higher if this if this ratio PD by PX is lower, is higher, and also it would depend on the GDP of the destination country. So you have used the GDP of UK here, UK GDP. And from the supply side, what we have done is that it also depends on the price ratio, and also it depends on the NTPs that are faced by our exports in the destination country, which is UK. And finally, when we have done the GTAP simulation. So we have used the general equilibrium trade model developed by Purdue University, which is the GTAP model, and we have used their latest database, GTAP 11, which has basically data from 2004, reference period is 2004 till 2017. And so there we have applied our non-tariff equivalence, which we have calculated by this method. And we have just seen that if we reduce this non-tariff equivalence by certain percentages, then by how much the trade is impacted. So what were we contributing to the literature? So the existing studies, they have certain limitations where they are using frequency ratio or notifications to proxy the trade impact of NTBs. So these are more of aggregated analysis. The evaluation of the NTB equivalence of specific products at HS68 level, we follow this, and which is not very much, at least in this context, we have not seen much work. And in this analysis, it involves NTBs which have calculated for these 17 products for 2001 to 19. And so in terms of both duration and coverage, this is, I think we think that it has not been found in other studies. Then the inclusion of the NTB equivalence in the estimated export supply function provides a deeper insight on the influence of the India's product level exports to the UK market. And when you use the GTAP models, they indicate how addressing the NTBs can actually potentially increase the exports, and then we can give some comments on these mutual recognition agreements as a part of RTA reforms, because that should be emphasized more than any other things if we really want to benefit out of this RTA. So these are the NTB equivalents that we have calculated. We have just given this for certain periods, as you can see here, the way we have calculated it. And so you can see that it for many of them it's quite substantial. Substantial amount of non-tariff measures are actually imposed on the agricultural products which are exported from India by the UK. So we have run this regression, as we have already said, and we you can see that a significant effect of NTB on bilateral exports of India, agricultural exports of India to UK. It's a quite significant negative. So which shows that, of course, this is some very preliminary results. We'll also have to refine it further. But preliminary results itself shows that it's quite significantly negatively impacting the exports, Indian agricultural exports to UK, which means that if we are not addressing this in our RTS, then definitely we are going to lose out. Now, I have given some very basic tables from the GTAP simulations, so I don't have my co-author Badri, who could have explained it much better. But what we have here is that we are basically looking at welfare changes. So here we are basically giving the welfare changes as equivalent variation. So what we basically show is that these are all in US million dollars. So it gives us the value of the post-simulation level utility at the initial price minus the initial utility at initial price. So this is the money metric or equivalent of that, and you can see that by removing the NTB equivalents by 25% or 50% or 75% or fully, that India stands to gain. If it is fully removed, then India stands to gain around $154.04 million, which is a substantial amount of benefit, as you can see it from here. So what this shows that right from the beginning, what you knew that actually first we estimated that how restrictive it is. And now we are.
We have 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, I'll not take much time. So what we are saying is that and it is then now corroborated by data that actually the benefit can be substantial. So, so definitely when we are negotiating with UK, we should actually, also with other things, definitely should speak about these MRAs and other things. We'll comment on that also a little bit, just So what are the other results of GTAP? What we found that the GDP of India increases slightly, that's what we found out. So, and we also found out that private consumption in aggregate and in sectors like processed food, it had gone up. Food exports increases significantly from India, and so does the imports of almost all categories, but mostly for processed foods. So it is not only that the exports have gone up, but imports also has gone up when the NTBs are removed. Food product exports to UK for all categories increases from India. That is to be expected. And what we also find out in terms of employment, that employment of unskilled labor in India is also increasing. So what are the implications of these results? So what we see is that India is not a major source for agricultural products for UK, because as we have seen that even though India is maybe a significant exporter of agricultural products to the world, but that is not true when we look at India's exports of agricultural products to UK. So what we are looking at here is that, which means that even though the tariffs on Indian products are not very high, so tariff preference arrangements with EU post Brexit will also play a role here, and tariffs on Indian products are on an average much lower in UK, as we have said, and so there is very low gain from tariff liberalization. In fact, in our project that we had done for UK, we had actually estimated that, and the estimate came out to be quite minimal. Now, almost the gain was not even 1% of the total trade. And India's benefit from the FTA, when we are focusing on tariff reforms with the UK, may not be substantial, and definitely we need to depend on some of the measures or negotiation strategies which can actually minimize the differences in various requirements and maybe sanitary and phytosanitary measures and other kind of certification requirements which are very, very trade restrictive, as we have found out. Finally, what we want to show here is that here this is a website where we can actually see that what kind of mutual recognition agreements we are already having. And we have purposefully showing here with United Kingdom, and you can see it is giving us a result which is 0, and which actually shows that we have not got any kind of agreements with UK, at least in terms of MRA. And so this is substantially important for the Indian government to understand that if we don't do that, and what our results are showing, and of course we'll refine them, and there are certain other aspects also we will be looking at before going for the full-fledged paper. But what it shows is that without such initiatives from the Indian government, and where they have to convince the UK government to go for this, at least our work shows that there would be not much benefit from signing of the agreement, at least from agricultural exports point of view. So I think, thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. So the floor is now open for questions. Any question from anyone? Or any comment, please?
I don't think India has gained from any of its FTAs. This is a very general kind of observation which I am making, but FTAs in India, this is just a comment. FTAs, in case of India, they are all political in nature. Therefore, economic gains from FTAs are hard to come by. As what Vivek had said, one reason is because Indian tariffs are much higher than their tariffs. So we have to reduce tariffs much more than they have to reduce tariffs. This is one point. But the other point is that if we don't we don't tie up investments agreements along with trade agreements, then hard to see any gains coming from FTA. We even looked at ASEAN, India's gains from ASEAN. There also, actually welfare gain was negative, in fact. So that is a common thing. But nowadays, production networking, so investments, it can lead SICA. So what I'm saying is that what you find is in the expected lines. I mean, it's not that it's something we have come to expect. So many FTAs, but not much benefit out of them. Yes.
No, that's very true. I mean, the developing countries sometimes are involved with treaties with developed nations, and it's not a win-win situation all the time. I mean, it should be a win-win situation when you're coming to an agreement, but many factors can also affect, like political, interests and so on. And also, I wish that the governments would really consult the academics before, signing agreements. I mean, in that sense, but they don't do it. Sometimes they do, ex post. I mean, after they do something, then they try to get some advice from the academics, maybe from the think tanks, and then it may be already late to reverse the decisions. So yeah, that is one of the things that has happened. I guess it's a very important study that you have done. Yeah, Professor Chaudhary, and congratulations on that. So any other question, please?
I have one.
Please go ahead.
Actually, congratulations for the presentation. Very nice. I would like to understand what about the first. What is the participation in the world market or the Indian's economy? The trade between India and UK. Another question is related to the actual NTBs that you use, because some of them actually doesn't change over time. So did you do any treatment on that? I think we can start with these two, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you for that. What we did actually, as we said, Bradford and Ardakani methodology, this is trying to look at the cost escalation, that is the domestic price in UK, comparing that with the international price and the margins that to be taken care of. So one limitation of the computation, you can say, this is UK barrier on rest of the world. It is not a very India specific barrier that we are arriving at. So perhaps the time invariant nature of some of the indices that you are noting is coming from that. So, but it's a good point. Thank you so much. We are going to look into it when we consider sending it to a journal.
Thank you so much, Professor Chakraborty and Professor Chaudhary, for your presentation. Any other question? We may have 30 more seconds maximum. If not, then we will move to the next session. Please join me in giving a big applause to Professor Chaudhary and Professor Chakraborty for their presentations. Sorry, I should say this. Yeah, no, just ignore that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Professor Greg Persons.
Yes, that's right.
Yokohama National University, Japan.
That's right.
Professor Persons, welcome. Your topic is revisiting the relationship between comparative advantage and FDI using global greenfield FDI data. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there an echo, or is that? Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you fine, Laura.
Okay. Thank you. So I realize time is short and we're running behind, so I'll try to cut my presentation a little bit shorter. But thank you to the editorial board of the FTR for allowing us to present our work and join late very recently in the program. That was very kind of you. Let me bring up my slide. PowerPoint. I admit I'm not very good at Teams.
We are more familiar with Zoom, perhaps.
Yeah, I am. Why can't I find it?
It may take a bit of time. Sometimes there is a lag of a few seconds.
Yeah, I can't find my file, even though it's here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing the share. And go to the desk. Oh, there we go.
Great, we can see it. Thanks.
All right, great. Okay, so let me get started. Is it full screen?
It's not full screen yet. You
I
just start the show. I mean, yeah.
There you go.
Now it's full screen. Yeah.
Okay. So this is work with Nadia Deutsch, who I believe is a associate editor at the FTR, and Zadia Feliciano and Vu Hong Ha. And we ask a big question. It's an open-ended question. It's been around for a long while, but we think we have some nice data and we can try to give some reasonable answers to this age-old question. So the basic question is there any relationship between FDIs and comparative advantage? Of course there is, but we want to look for causality and we want to find out if it differs across wealthy countries and lower income countries. I suppose the value added of this project is that instead of traditional RCAs, we calculate our own Costaneau et al. RCAs. They're econometrically based RCAs. And we have detailed worldwide greenfield FDI data at a bilateral level. And it's 15 years. We'd like a longer database, but this is what we're stuck with. Why do we care? Actually, the literature on this goes back 40 years. Some people feel there's a positive relationship and others argue there's a negative relationship. And there's really been no worldwide test as of yet. So the basic question is, can comparative advantage or does comparative advantage drive FDI decisions or be an explanatory variable for FDI? Another way to rephrase it might be, does inward FDI go into declining industries or fill a gap? Or possibly the reverse and displace home production. And again, as I said before, if there's a relationship, does it differ across higher and lower income countries? The literature actually goes back until Mundell, 1957. So if we think of the Heckscher-Lin framework, we would expect that a capital scarce country would have high returns to capital, and that should suck in foreign direct investment into that sector. So then the absence of comparative advantage would actually draw in FDI. But most of the literature after that, the FDI and multinational literature, Buckley, Casson, Caves, Markuson, Maskus, Webster, generally argue the opposite, that existing RCA should pull in more FDI. Much more recently, Lipsy in 2000, still 20 years old, some modeling by Q, some empirical work by Brackman and Feliciano and Lipsy try to answer this question. The results are mixed. Sometimes they find positive, sometimes they find negative. And so our study in the bottom, it's superior to some of the recent empirical literature. As its global data, it has 20 destination countries, half high income, half low income. And again, we use not the Balassa RCAs, but empirical, econometrically estimated RCAs. And we find a positive relationship, at least for less developed or lower income countries. So the sample of our host countries is broad, although small. There's 20 countries. So we can see Australia, Canada, France, and so on. South Korea is the lowest income in this high income group. And then the lower income countries are a handful, but they're quite representative. Brazil, China, India, major countries across the globe are included. So these are the host countries for FDI. The source countries are most of the world, and as you can see, there's many countries represented here, large and small. So I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to delay the next session. So basically, the literature review is divided into two camps: the factor view or the firm-specific view. The factor view is the Mundell view, which says that FDI should go into countries that do not have an existing comparative advantage, and the firm-specific view is the opposite, that FDI will go into countries that already have a comparative advantage in that sector. So let me just skip the literature review, but again, Mundell would, and indeed in 1957 mentioned that countries that are scarce with capital should draw in capital, and that should indeed change their comparative advantage from where they didn't have one and into a situation where they will. The firm-specific advantage argument argues the opposite, that either absolute advantage or comparative advantage will draw in more FDI in the same sector. But again, none of these, the work in the 70s or Mundell, of course, had any empirical facts to back that up or to test that. Maskus and Webster look at UK and Korea. They have 1 year of data, financial FDI data, and they find some results, but it's pretty mixed. Markussen has some theoretical work, but he has no empirical proof on that. Another empirical model is by Larry Q from a Ricardian model base. Empirically, there's very little literature or work in this area, but Feliciano and Lipsy 2017 would probably be the closest. It's global from the source countries, but the host is only the United States. And what they find is that investment into the US tends to be in sectors where the US does not have a comparative advantage. So that would sort of support the Mundell view. But again, it's only one country. And it's also M&A data. We're going to use greenfield data. So talking about building new factories in countries, which I think is policy-wise more interesting. So what's our contributions? Ours seems to be the first worldwide test of the relationship. We use these RCAs that are econometrically estimated. So it's original RCAs. And that's about it, I suppose. Right, so we use these new CDK RCAs. I'll skip that. Just want to point out that Balassa RCAs have a horrible distribution. This red line is the distribution for Balassa index, and we're using the CDK RCAs, which have a mean of 1 and a fairly standard distribution, fairly normal distribution, few outliers, and it doesn't change very much from year to year. So we like that. That's our preferred measure. Again, I don't think I have time to talk about these regression-based RCAs. Sorry about that. My former student likes to make very complicated PowerPoint slides. That's the data set for the RCAs. We'll move beyond that. This is the main equation we're regressing. So our FDI, which is host FDI as a share of host GDP on a sectoral level. So for example, inward FDI into Thailand divided by the GDP of Thailand. On the right-hand side, we have RCAs. Again, for Thailand, for example, automobiles RCA in Thailand, and then the GDP growth of the host country, for example, Thailand. So a very simple specification. It's not without its problems, but I think we have some interesting results. Of course, beta 1 is our main parameter of interest. We want to see if beta 1 is positive or negative. If it's positive, it supports the firm specific view, and if it's negative, it supports the Mundell view. The Greenfield FDI database we use is from the Financial Times FDI Markets. It has over 200,000 transactions. It's only Greenfield data. We actually take that data and only look at manufacturing data within that, so a smaller subset. And for this study, we use capital investment. There's also a labor measure, number of employees at each plant or factory, but we're using the capital investment. There's a lot of other variables we do not use, but we do use the industry code converted by Nadia and her other co-authors. So we're looking at 2-digit ISIC categories. Let me skip a little bit. Again, we only focus on greenfield and only on manufacturing activity. We only focus on 20 host countries, but it actually comprises 80% of world FDI. So we think we have a pretty global sample here. These are the sectors we include. We exclude banking and real estate and other things. And again, we're looking at manufacturing of things. Even the mining sector is manufacturing and mining. So we're not looking at extraction or energy sectors. Let me just jump to the results. So if we look at the full sample, we have it's all in logs. So the log of the RCA is positive and significant, very significant. And the real GDP growth of the host country is also positive and significant. That's perhaps not surprising, but it's encouraging. And but when we break it down into lower income recipient countries and higher income recipient countries, we find a very different story. So real GDP growth is positive, significant in both, but this relationship in the RCA and inward FDI only holds for the lower income countries, not for the higher income countries. So that's the main takeaway. There's certain weaknesses, certainly weaknesses, but this is what we have so far. We do some robustness tests, so I'll show you a little bit of that. We also look at FDI not as a share of FDI, but as a share of world FDI in that sector. And the results are very similar. The values of the parameters are different, but they're positive and significant for the full sample. They're positive and significant for the lower income countries, but for the higher income countries, there is no relationship. Endogeneity is a big issue. We've tried to address it. We're looking for the sort of silver bullet there. So if we have any suggestions today, that'd be most welcome. But we do use a 1-year lag and run the IV on that, or the two-stage least squares on that. And the results are similar. So positive and significant for the lower income countries, but for the higher income countries, no relationship. Or perhaps there is a relationship, but it's positive for some industries and negative for others. And so there's no clear one-way answer. We do some robustness tests. We exclude some kind of strange sectors like mining. We also go back and exclude the Great Trade Collapse, 2008, 2009, 2010. And then we also drop China. The results are all the same. So there's definitely a relationship. It seems to be positive, and it seems to only hold for lower income countries. Let me finish pretty soon. So for new manufacturing, FDI occurs where comparative advantage already exists. And this is not true for, however, for developing countries or higher income countries. No relationship is found. Our results are not inconsistent with Feliciano and Lipsy. They just look at the United States. They find a negative relationship, which is to say that FDI flows into America where America does not have a comparative advantage. So that's one positive negative result for one country because we're looking at 20 or rather 10 or 12 higher income countries, it's no surprise that we find mixed or no correlation. I think we can all think about why this might be true. So I won't summarize all the possible reasons why there's a difference between low income and high income countries. I think I'll just end the presentation there. Let me see if I have any more interesting slides. I suppose a policy implication, there's several, but one would be that it's very hard to jump into new export platform countries in a particular sector. Basically, if you want more FDI, the best way to get more FDI is if to already be good at doing what that sector is, whatever the comparative advantage is in that sector. There are exceptions, of course. Vietnam would be a big exception, where Vietnam got all this foreign direct investment, mostly from Korea, and their RCA actually flipped quite dramatically. But for most countries and pairs in our sample, there's no dramatic switch. And so that positive relationship seems strong one way for the lower income countries. Where do we go from here? We'd like to add some more countries if we could. Of course, we could add more right-hand side variables. The main concern I have is our endogeneity issues. We've done some things, but we'd like to do something better on that to allay fears about endogeneity. So let me stop there, and I welcome questions, comments, and criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Parsons. So we have maybe 2 minutes maximum. We are running extra time. Of course, thank you, Professor Parsons, for sacrificing your time, really.
Sure.
You could have taken more. So any question from anyone, please? Maybe then I can ask a question on that, Professor Parsons.
Please, Dr. Wadhwa.
I can see that this is an important, really important question for decades, like whether FDI can affect RCA, or comparative advantage, or the comparative advantage can affect FDI in both regards. So have you considered extending the time? I mean, have you considered the phase before and after the WTO formation? The 1995, because that was a breakthrough time since when globalization really started, and yeah.
Yeah, so no, we would love to do that. The Financial Times database starts in 2003, so we're severely.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, of course, sure. Of course, the RCAs we can calculate them forever, but sure, the FDI data is limited. Yeah.
Sure. Now I saw a raised hand from someone. Someone raised a hand. Can I please feel free to ask a question, please. If you are somebody raised a hand. So any other question from anyone?
Actually, it was me.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
I was particularly interested in your explanations for the difference between high and low income countries. A slide, you jumped quickly, but could you possibly go back to it and give us more detail on this? Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. It's very simple, actually. Korea's the lowest income of the high income group, and the gap between Korea and I think Russia's the highest in the low income group, and the gap is like $10,000. So there's a clear gap. So we just based it on that. Can't find it.
Thank you so much. So I guess that it's time to.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you were saying something, Professor Parsons. So go ahead.
No, is that okay? So we just made the cutoff at South Korea because the gap between South Korea and Russia was very, very large.
Okay,
there's a clear
thank
break.
you very much. Yeah. Okay.
I guess we need to finish now. So Thank you, everyone. Thanks to all the presenters today and for this session. Please join me in giving another virtual applause to all of them for their wonderful contribution. Professor Chakraborty, would you like to say something? The last minute.
It's just my job on behalf of the FTR team to thank all the participants for their participation, presenting a wonderful paper. And we hope that some of the papers would be submitted to FTR for consideration. That, of course, will depend on the contributors, their final call. But that's a hope that we can express. So, and on behalf of the FTR team, I will thank Professor Wadud, who is, of course, part of the FTR family only, for conducting the session in a wonderful manner. Thank you very much, sir. Despite the time difference, you agreed to chair the session. We are really, really grateful for that.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have already gone into the time of the next session. So I propose that without going for the tea break, maybe we can go for the next session. I see Professor Shingharai, the chair of the next session, is already here. So welcome, sir, for the virtual forum. I hand it over to Professor Bishwash, my colleague, for the session.
Devashish, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Anirban, are you able to hear?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're audible.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to this second technical session of the day. The theme of this session is trade and development, and we have 4 very interesting papers on 4 very important topics. The session will be chaired by Professor Sekatsina Roy, who is a professor at the Department of Economics, Jadavpur University. And his area of research and teaching area is applied trade and development, open economy, macroeconomics, trade modeling, and regional economic integration. Without spending much time on any other discussion, because we are already late, I would like to start the session. And before doing that, just one important announcement from our side, that we have to maintain the time. That is, each and every paper presenters will get 25 minutes to present their paper, and we're requesting them to actually finish their paper in 20 minutes and last 5 minutes for concluding their paper. And after that, there will be 5 minutes to address all the questions and other discussions. So that's all from our side. And over to you, Professor Sinharoy.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty and Dr. Bishwash. It's a great honor to be part of this important conference conducted by the Foreign Trade Review. It's an important session on trade and development. There are 4 very interesting papers. At least they are interesting to me. Without my introduction, let me straight away, and the time has been already told how much time is allotted for each presentation. So let me straight away go to the first presenter or the first paper, which is the effects of backward GVC participation on labor market, micro-level evidence from India, a joint paper by Deepali Gupta and C. Viramani. May I invite Ms. Deepali Gupta to present the paper, or Viramani, whoever is there. May I request them to start presenting their paper.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Good evening.
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay, okay.
Audible.
I'll just share my screen. Can you see this slides?
Yes.
And they're moving?
Yes, everything.
Okay. So I'll start.
Please continue.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to present my ongoing research. This work is co-authored with my supervisor, Professor C. Viramani, Effects of Backward GVC Participation on Labor Market micro level evidence from India. I'll take 2 minutes just to brief you about this presentation. So, several studies show that countries increasingly participate in global value chains by specializing in intermediate goods. Theoretical fragmentation models suggest that backward GVC participation has a double advantage for a low skilled, labor abundant country like India. It increases employment and it reduces wage inequality. This paper assesses the impact of backward GVC participation on employment, wages, labor productivity of workers engaged in Indian organized manufacturing industries. We use plant level data provided by Annual Survey of Industries from 2008-9 till 2019-20, and we find that GVC plants employ more workers and pay higher wages but find no significant differences in labor productivity. The share of female and contractual workers is not significantly different from non GVC plants, but the share of production workers is slightly higher in GVC plants. We also find a lower wage gap between male and female workers and contractual and non contractual workers, but a higher wage gap between production and non production workers for GVC plants. So, to give you a context, India has been facing jobless growth since a decade now, and employment rate is one of the lowest in the recent past. Creating decent jobs for the masses has become a major policy discourse in the Indian context. Service sector led growth and shifting of labor from agriculture to services has not been able to solve the problem. This leaves us with the manufacturing sector as the driver of growth that can provide jobs for masses. But even in the manufacturing sector, some argue that India's industrial policy should be directed towards domestic sector, which seems to be based on irrational ideas. First of all, though India's domestic market is huge, if we look at the number of consumers, but it is not the largest when it comes to purchasing power. When this market is compared to the world market in terms of purchasing power, it turns out to be quite small. Thus, our manufacturing sector should not be confined to domestic markets, rather, it should be prepared to face the world demand. Secondly, India has an unexploited and unmatched potential in the exports of unskilled labor intensive segments of production of goods like apparel, shoes, and network products. Trading in the labor intensive segments of production will automatically put India at the lower part of global value chains where China and other East Asian nations found their initial growth push. Also, with the ongoing US China trade war and the multinational companies looking for alternate destinations to diversify their supply chains, India has the global opportunity to reap the maximum benefits of GVC. So, what are global value chains or GVCs? They can be defined as sequential chains or complex systems where production process is fragmented into specific tasks and activities that are distributed across borders. Many a times in the literature, authors use trade in intermediate input, trade in task, or offshoring to refer to GVCs. When countries participate in GVCs, they can do so in two ways. First, they are either exporting goods that are further processed in the foreign country to be exported again. We call this forward GVC participation. Second, they can import some inputs and then process them to further export. This is backward GVC participation. We can also understand this better with an example of iPhone in GVC. Since US is engaging in a trade that exports goods that are further exported by the foreign country, it engages in forward GVC. How? Apple designs iPhone at its headquarters in US and sends out order for parts to dozens of companies all around the world. Dialog Semiconductors in Italy make the power managing component, while Murata in Japan makes the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi components, and ST Microelectronics in Taiwan makes the accelerometers and gyroscope. These parts are further exported to China, where Foxconn in Shenzhen assembles final iPhone using imported parts and then exports all over the world for final consumption. Also, we can see that US designs the iPhone and therefore it engages in higher value addition to the product and hence it participates in upper segment of the value chain. While China is engaging in a trade where it imports inputs and then processes them to further export. This is backward GVC participation. Also, China adds very low value to each product by assembling parts and hence it participates in lower segment of the value chain. It is well established in the literature that developed countries mostly participate in forward and upper segment of value chain, while developing countries mostly participate in backward and lower segment of the value chain. Moving on to the existing literature, we see that there are many evidences that support the fact that GVC participation increases wage inequality in the context of advanced countries. For example, Feenstra and Hansen show that offshoring results in higher relative demand and wages for highly skilled workers in both advanced as well as emerging countries. Hummels et al. 2014 finds similar results from Danish matched worker data. Lee and Lee find that after controlling for individual worker and employer characteristics, industry, and occupation, the wages of manufacturing permanent workers in South Korea have increased more than the wages of temporary workers as a result of offshoring to abroad. But when it comes to developing countries, we find opposing evidence. For example, Dubisi and Owusu find that in developing countries, GVC participation only benefits higher wage earners and make low wage earners worse off. While other paper finds that backward GVC participation decreases within country wage inequality in low middle income countries. Even when we look at the impact of GVC participation on employment and wages, we find opposing views. Egger and Egger show short run negative but long run positive impact on productivity of low skilled workers. Hidson and Swem show inter-industry offshoring have a positive effect on overall industry employment. Martins and Opromula find that firms that increase their imports of intermediate goods tend to pay higher wages, and Setupati shows that domestic wages actually rise at US firms that are likely to take advantage of offshoring opportunity. But when we look at the other side, Falk and Wolfmeyer give evidence on how importing of intermediate goods from low-wage countries have a significant and negative impact on total employment. Ebenstein shows negative impact on wages and Monarch et al. Shows negative impact on employment but no significant impact on wages and productivity. Other paper shows that there is a negative impact on wages and of low and medium skilled workers. Thus, we clearly know that there is a lack of consensus in the existing literature. Theoretical models and empirical studies in this area have majorly focused on advanced countries. We know the effect of GVC on labor market depends on nature of participation, forward or backward, and position in the value chain, lower or upper. Advanced countries mostly participate in forward GVC and in the upper segment, while, as we have seen in the iPhone example, while developing countries, they participate in the lower segment of the GVC or in the backward GVC participation. So we expect that there is a difference in the effect of GVC on developing countries. The few studies that we find for developing countries are highly aggregated and fail to give us a clear picture of underlying mechanism. So in this paper, our objective will be to study the impact of backward GVC participation on labor market outcome for organized Indian manufacturing industry using plant level data. Though there has been no consensus in the literature, still we could find plausible channels through which GVC might impact labor market outcomes. These are as follows. Impacts employment through 3 channels. So when we are importing inputs from foreign firms, it might have a negative impact on employment through substitution effect. Similarly, GVC participation is linked to increase in productivity and hence that might lead to fall in demand for workers. But the expansion in scale which comes from producing for the world market can increase the demand for workers. Similarly, for wages, due to substitution effect, demand falls and hence equilibrium price of workers fall, which means wage rate should fall. But because productivity increases, wages should rise and scale effect should also put upward pressure on wages. Labor productivity increases because there is dissemination of knowledge and technology when domestic firms come in direct contact with foreign firms at 2 stages, both importing input and exporting output. Since these are opposing channel, we again need to do an empirical analysis to explain which effect dominates in the Indian manufacturing industries. Moving on to data, we use plant level data from India collected by Annual Survey of Industries from the period from 2008 till 2019. It is a rich and nationally representative data set for the organized manufacturing sector in India. It collects data for industrial units registered under Section 2M1 and 2M2 of the Factory Act 1948. Since 2015-16, the coverage has been extended. The data is collected under two sectors, census and sample. Factories with 100 or more than 100 workers or those that belong to less industrialized states, UTs of Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura and Andaman and Nicobar are surveyed under census sector. All units are surveyed in this sector, while remaining units are included in the sample sector, where only a sample of industrial units are surveyed according to circular systematic sampling technique. Each stratum is divided into 4 subsamples. 2 subsamples from each stratum are surveyed by the state government and the other 2 are surveyed by the central government. Data on deflators are collected from database on Indian economy by RBI. Now we move on to the descriptive stats, where we compare the overall labor market outcome for GVC and non-GVC plants. But before that, I would like to define that GVC plants are those plants that import as well as export in the same year. And in our sample, we have very low percentage of GVC plants, that is about 5%. To calculate total number of persons engaged, we look at the ASI tabulation program serial number A. Real wage rate is wages and salaries as given in ASI tabulation program serial C.1.1, and this is divided by total employees. This is then deflated by using consumer price index for industrial workers from RBI. Labor productivity is nothing but real gross value added in million rupees divided by total employees. Looking at the mean and median values, we notice that GVC plants hire more number of workers, pay higher wage rate, and have higher labor productivity. The difference in means is significant as indicated by the t-test. We also see that GVC plants have higher number of female workers, male workers, contractual, non-contractual workers, production and non-production workers. This N here denotes the number of plants that report on workers category separately. The median value point to the same scenario. Moving on to real wage rate for each category of workers in GVC and non-GVC plants, we again see that GVC plants on an average pay higher wage rate to female workers, male workers, contractual, non-contractual workers, production and non-production workers. Similar results are found for labor productivity, where GVC plants have higher labor productivity for female workers, male workers, contractual, non-contractual, production and non-production workers. But comparing just the number of female workers might not give us the complete picture, and so we compare the share of female workers, share of contractual workers, share of production workers. Share of female workers is calculated as number of female workers divided by number of female plus number of male workers, and similarly for contractual and production workers. As can be seen, GVC plants have higher share of female workers and contractual workers, but they have lower share of production workers on average. We also look at the wage gap between different category workers in GVC and non-GVC plants, where we define gender wage gap as difference in wage rate of male workers from female workers divided by wage rate of male workers. Similarly, for contractual workers, we take wage rate of non-contractual workers, subtract wage rate of contractual workers from it, and divide it by wage rate of non-contractual workers. For production workers, we take wage rate of production workers, subtract wage rate of non-production workers from it, and divide it by wage rate of production workers. As can be seen, we find that wage rate of male workers is higher across both the plants. Wage rate of non-contractual workers is higher across both kinds of plants, and wage rate of production workers is lower across both kinds of plants, and therefore the wage gap is in negative. The wage rate of production, the GVC plants have lower mean wage gap for male and female workers and for production and non-production workers too. However, the difference in mean wage gap for contractual and non-contractual workers in GVC and non-GVC plant is not statistically significant as shown by the t-test. When we compare other characteristics of GVC and non-GVC plants, we find that GVC plants are older and have higher sales, assets, and labor intensity on average. However, our t-test results show that there is no significant difference in the average skill intensity of two plants. Keeping all these descriptive statistics in our mind, we develop an empirical strategy to estimate impact of backward GVC on employment, wages, and labor productivity. We use fixed effect regression for our analysis. The baseline model is as follows, where our dependent variable represents the labor market outcomes like total employees, real wage rate, labor productivity, share of workers, or wage gaps. Our main independent variable is the dummy variable, which takes value 1 if the plant participates in backward GVC and takes value 0 if the plant does not participate in backward GVC. Plant control is a vector of plant-specific control, which include plant age, plant size, labor intensity, skill intensity, and labor market outcome other than the dependent variable. Lambda P is the plant level fixed effect to control for unobserved plant characteristics. Lambda I is the industry level fixed effect to control for time invariant industry features that might be confounding. Lambda T is year fixed effect to control for time varying factors like shocks to the economy or policy change, etc. This table gives a description of dependent variables, which we have already discussed. Next, we move on to the description of independent variable, where we already know how the GVC dummy works. Plant age is year of survey minus year of initial production, and plant age is replaced by 0 if plant age is less than 0 and considered missing if the initial year of production is less than 1600 and greater than 2020. For plant size, we take fixed capital as an indicator, which is given by ASI tabulation program and be deflated by WPI primary activity to get the real value. Below 25% percentile are considered micro and the dummy takes value 0. Between 25 and 50 percentile are considered small and dummy takes value 1. Between 50 and 75 percentile are considered medium and dummy takes value 2. Above 75 percentile are considered large plants and dummy takes value 3. Labor intensity is calculated as total employees divided by real fixed capital. Skill intensity is number of supervisory and managerial staff divided by total employees. Other description of other variable is as follows. So real gross value added is real output in million rupees minus real input. Real output is total output that is given in ASI tabulation program, deflated by wholesale price index for manufactured products from RBI. And total input is deflated by wholesale price index for primary articles from RBI. While real fixed capital is fixed capital deflated by WPI from RBI. We move on to results. Looking at results of fixed effect regression, we find that plants hire 4.72% more when they are GVC than when they are not. We can suspect that scale effect is stronger than substitution effect and productivity effect in our case. Plants pay 2.04% more than when they are GVC than when they are not. Here again, we can say that scale effect and productivity effect dominates substitution effect. However, we do not find significant difference in labor productivity of GVC and non-GVC plants, which deletes the productivity channel altogether. Hence, scale effect dominates substitution effect in employment and wage in our case. We have clustered standard errors at state and 4-digit NIC industry level for all the regressions. These are the controls that we have used for each regression, and wherever the controls are significant, I have denoted the sign of or the direction of relationship. Wherever the coefficients are not significant, I have mentioned insignificant. So employment increases with increase in size and plantage, labor intensity and skill intensity, but falls with increase in wage rate and productivity, which is as expected. Wage rate increases with productivity, size and plantage, but decreases with increase in number of workers and skill intensity. Labor productivity increases with increase in wage rate, plantage, and labor intensity, but decreases with increase in size and skill intensity. Next, we show fixed effect regression results of log values of share of employees on GVC. Yes.
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay. On GVC status and plant specific controls and fixed effect, though we had seen higher share of female and contractual workers and non-production worker for GVC plants in descriptive statistics, we do not find such evidence after controlling for plant characteristics and including fixed effects. We find no significant difference in the mean share of female and contractual workers for GVC and non-GVC plants. However, GVC plants have slightly higher share of production workers. I'll just skip through the coefficients of controls and I'll move on to the last regression result, where we see that mean wage gap between male and female is 16% lower if a plant is a GVC than when it is not, and mean wage gap for contractual worker is 11% lower when a plant is a GVC than when it is not. Although mean wage gap for production and non-production worker increases when plant is GVC, but the magnitude is quite small, which is just 1.4% higher for GVC plants. In the end, I would just like to conclude that this paper highlights the importance of backward GVC participation in providing decent non-farm jobs and reducing wage inequality in India. We assess the impact of GVC participation and we see that GVC participation has increased employment and wage rate. Share of production worker increases when plant become GVC after controlling for other confounding factors. GVC plants can therefore be more helpful in creating jobs for low-skilled workers, which are abundant in India. GVC participation can help reduce wage inequality to some extent between male and female workers and contractual and non-contractual workers as well. So we say that there should be policy environments such as import tariff cuts, especially on intermediate inputs, export subsidies, promoting foreign direct investments in special economic zones, promoting activities like assembling and packaging. Packaging foreign products should be in place to reap the maximum benefits of GVC participation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deepali. It's an excellent paper.
Yeah.
It's an excellent paper. And to me, actually, the impact of trade or global value chain on the rest of the economy, especially the labor market, is all the more important. Now, I open the floor for discussions. There are 5 minutes. So I have one question to Deepali and then I'll leave it to the floor. Deepali, I saw that your wage gap between production and non-production worker increases with GVC participation. Can you give a plausible reason behind such increase in wage inequality? I think you should take other questions and then move forward.
Okay, sir. Sir, at this time, I would say that there might be some mistakes, there might be some errors because of endogeneity issues that I am looking into. But other than that, wage inequality between production and non-production workers because of GVC participation have increased very slightly. Like it's not a big number that we should worry about. But
even though the elasticity is low, but it's significant. That's
Yes,
my
sir, it's significant.
it's significant. So
It's
you go by the significance of that variable, that shows that it needs to be worried about. That
yes, sir.
and one needs to explore why production workers, production non-production worker wage inequality increases with GVC, whereas other forms of wage inequality, which you showed, gender wage inequality and contractual worker wage inequality, has declined with GVC participation.
Sir, it can be because of the, like, as we have seen in the literature, that GVC participation comes with a skill premium. And since production and non-production workers are divided based mainly on the skill set, therefore it can be because of the importance that GVC participation gives to skilled workers that their wage gap has increased.
Okay. Others? Any other question, please? Yeah. Vishwajit.
Can I ask? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. So, it's not a question, but it's a kind of my clarification. So actually, first of all, Deepak is a good paper, so good presentation. So you started with saying something. Basically, my clarificatory point is in some sense related to what Professor Sinha Roy raised, that wage gap is higher in global value chain plant. Okay, so I was just trying to understand why the wage gap is relatively higher. So what is the possible explanation to this phenomenon? Because you started with this thing. Probably this is what you got from the literature. This is point number one. And point number two, that you mentioned somewhere in your presentation that in GBC case, it impacts labor productivity through dissemination of knowledge and R&D. So again, I was just trying to understand, are you referring to the case of technology transfer with the contract of buying input from a country where, the country is labor abundant and the intermediate input is labor intensive? Or it is something else? Because otherwise, if it is not a case of technology transfer, then why it is increasing the labor productivity? So just this is for my clarification, not a question. But if you can shed some light on these issues. Thank you, Professor Sinha. These were the things that I
Thank you. Yes, Deepali.
Thank you, sir. So for wage gap becoming higher, this is probably because GVC participation is favoring some kinds of work over others and in a particular country, and therefore it increases the demand for some skill set workers more than the other workers, and therefore in that scene it really raises the wage gap between the two sets of workers. That is what I've read in the literature. Regarding dissemination of knowledge and technology, so yeah, technology transfer is a plays a big role in increasing labor productivity. But apart from technology, just knowledge that we receive from other countries, like how they work and how they specialize in a particular product, can increase the labor productivity. So a simple example can be like we all are talking about how 6 weekday or 5 weekday can increase the impact the labor productivity. That kind of things or that kind of knowledge is transferable better if we are engaging more in trade with other countries. There is no technology transfer in this.
Any other question? A short question, probably. Very short question. I think there is no other question. Thank you, Deepali, for your nice presentation. And hopefully in your paper, you would be, with little comments that we gave, you would be able to explain your answer, your
results
better. Yeah, results better. Yes, so thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Can I go to the next paper? May I invite the next paper presenter, Shilpa Ahuja and Pooja Pardi. It's a joint paper, Measuring Capital Mobility in India. Shilpa.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, thank you. I'll just start. So the topic of my presentation is measuring capital mobility in India. So just a brief flow of the presentation. First, I'll be introducing why and how different measures of capital mobility are relevant in Indian context right now. What are the different approaches we can use for measuring capital mobility? What are the main objectives of my study? A brief literature review of the different approaches that I'm going to use to measure it in Indian context, and my variables and methodology, along with results and conclusion. So a brief policy update by IMF in 2022. So IMF relaxed its stand and allowed countries to preemptively use capital controls despite despite no surge observed in capital flows. So this is basically an indication of how external debt can lead to building up of a lot of vulnerabilities into the economic system of a country, because of which IMF is taking up its stand. So this basically highlights the relevance of the issue in measuring the level of capital mobility in India, so that timely measures and policy measures can be taken to control for the capital flows and control the vulnerabilities into our own economic system. So in this study, we focus on de facto measure to assess the level of capital account openness in India in the last 30 years. This is also relevant from India's policy towards the management of trilemma perspective. So several studies have already highlighted the importance of this. So for this, we are borrowing from the study by Forbes and Warnock, which I'll be shortly discussing. Then in addition to this de facto measure, I am also using the estimation of capital mobility using the traditional Felston-Horioka approach and the interest rate parity approach. The main focus of my research here is on understanding the time varying or dynamic estimation of capital mobility, because it can provide us significant insights for policy formulation in terms of what were the different time periods, time zones, wherein the capital mobility significantly declined, and how it is different in three different approaches that I'm going to use in the estimation here. So this is a brief overview of how it fits into the policy perspective. So this is this capital account surplus or measure of capital mobility is relevant from one perspective of current account balance, and which can be measured using there are the three approaches. I'm naming it three approaches because balance of payments approach is one wherein we are trying to assess the actual level of capital flow movements, which is described by the other two proxy approaches like Felston-Horioka or interest rate parity. And there is another approach, consumption smoothing or intertemporal approach, which establishes the level of capital mobility in a country, and which will be helpful in assessing the capital account management policies. So according to Frankel 92, the paper has described four major approaches. First is using the Felston-Horioka condition, then real interest rate parity or uncovered interest parity, and covered interest parity. And Quirkley classifies three approaches for measuring capital mobility: the FH approach of Felston-Horioka, interest rate parity, and the consumption smoothing approach. So in my paper, I am using these three approaches and estimating the time varying level of the capital mobility in India based on these relationships. I'll briefly be discussing each of these approaches now. So first, talking about the Felston-Horioka puzzle. So Basically, Felston-Horioka in 1980 paper analyzed the domestic savings and investment rates for 16 OECD economies, and their conclusion was basically was mainly based on the premise that in situation where the capital is perfectly mobile between different countries, the domestic savings and investments should have a little relation, should have low relation amongst them. But in their study, they found that domestic savings and investment had a significant relationship between them, despite a lot of capital account regulations being relaxed. Instead of a decline, there was a surge observed in the economies. So that led to defining of this Felston-Horioka puzzle. And another in further paper in 1982, Felston also highlighted that capital flows arise on account of equating net of tax rates returns eventually. So this phenomenon works well in the short run. However, there are several reasons which might prevent the outcome of this in the long run due to home country bias, risk considerations. There are institutional barriers, and in addition, there may be certain government policies which exist on paper but are toothless in practice. So there could be several reasons which have been cited in the literature which actually try to give certain reasons or justifications for why savings and investment relation is so high. So moving to some of the studies which have already been conducted in the area. So most of the papers have found long-run relationships between domestic savings and investment. And as per the conclusions of Felston-Horioka, they indicate that there is a low level of capital mobility in the country. But then there are studies by Kumar and Rao and Burton Morley which highlight that certain events like Maastricht Agreement and global financial crisis had led to a significant change in the way these two variables behaved. Particularly in context of India, we observe evidence of unidirectional causality from savings to investment. And there are other studies which have confirmed the presence of long-run relationship in Indian scenario. Then what is interesting to note here is that there is a definitely long-run relationship which we can observe. There are also asymmetries between this savings and investment relationship in the latest paper by Pradhan. And focusing on understanding how this evolution has happened over the time in Indian context, I borrow from the study by Ma and Lee, which assessed the time-varying co-integration in the context of Felston-Horioka. So they found that there is an increase in saving retention coefficient from 1960 to 2010 in Indian scenario. So particularly, I extend this analysis to Indian context, and there are several improvements that I make in this study. Then moving to the second part of my estimation, which is related to interest rate parity. So as I mentioned, Frankel describes other three conditions to measure capital mobility relating to real, uncovered or closed interest rate parity. Chin and Merritt conclude that uncovered interest parity holds better in the long run. And then Bhatt and Vermani have concluded that covered interest rate parity holds in Indian context while uncovered interest rate parity fails to hold. So instead of focusing on the conclusions between whether the parity holds in Indian context or not, our major focus is on understanding how the deviations from interest rate parity are relevant for the capital mobility situations. So we analyze this dynamic nature or the movements from deviations from interest rate parity to comment on the dynamic nature of capital mobility in Indian context. Then moving to the third part, which is the actual estimation using the balance of payments capital account balances. So there were several studies which have tried to identify stop and surge episodes in case of capital inflows. So we borrow from the study by Forbes and Warnock, which is based on real-time capital flows instead of proxies as were used in the previous studies. So we use gross flows instead of net flows, and so as to combine both the aspects of inflows as well as outflows into one. So majorly, I will be defining the 4 episodes, which is surges, sudden increase in gross capital inflows, stops, a sudden decrease in gross capital inflows, retrenchment would relate to increase in gross capital outflows, and flights would be decrease in gross capital outflows. So these are the major variables that I'm using in my study along with the data sources. Now, what is interesting to note here is that each of the 3 approaches is actually going to provide an analysis at different time dimension. So savings and investment is the annual data, which provides more of a long-term outlook of how the variables have moved over time. But when we talk about the exchange rate or interest parity situation, that monthly data helps to analyze more minute observations, while the capital flows data, which is analyzed at quarterly basis, kinds of balances and connects the two the other 2 approaches. So the basic Felston-Horioka equation describes investment to GDP ratio as the dependent variable against the savings to GDP ratio as the independent variable. Now, as per the methodology by Park and Hen, we allow this saving coefficient beta 1 to vary smoothly over time by adding this T by T ratio, where T is small t denotes the trend and capital T is the total number of observations in my study, which is about 30 observations in this case. Then we also look at the nature of this movement, whether it's a linear or a quadratic movement over the time. And we also test it by flexible Fourier function form by adding different trigonometric, by adding these 2 trigonometric pairs, cos and sine. And based on this, we actually could determine 6 different models which we put to test, and based on Schor's criterion, the equation 3 is identified as the one which we'll be using for the estimation of the time varying nature of this saving coefficient. Then for the interest rate parity, I'll be using a simple equation which can be expressed in the form of that differentials of domestic and foreign nominal interest rates must equalize expected changes in exchange rate over the time. Or in other words, I can just simply say any deviation from the above parity implies that there are arbitrage opportunities which are existing in the market, and hence any deviation means there will be heavy capital flow movement across the borders until the equilibrium is restored. So whenever the difference between interest rate differentials and change in exchange rate approaches 0, it implies situations of increased capital mobility. So that now moving to the third part, which is based on Forbes and Warnock study. So we calculate year-over-year changes in 4-quarter gross capital inflows and outflows, and we classify the different episodes which I mentioned: surges, stops, flights, and retrenchments. So how we define that is current year-over-year changes in 4-quarter gross capital inflows should be more than 2 standard deviations above or below the historical average. The episode should last for all consecutive quarters for which the year-over-year change in annual gross flows is more than 1 standard deviation, and the length should be more than 1 quarter. So mathematically, this is how we denote gross inflows as a differential, delta CT minus CT minus 4. So now moving to my results and findings. Before moving to results and findings, just it's interesting to look at how current account deficit, capital account surplus, and savings investment gap actually translate in Indian context. So this graph basically depicts the whole data set which is available with us, and this also explains the reason why I particularly focus on the time period from 1992 onwards, because there are very minimal deviations which we could observe, and because of the liberalization measures taken in 1991 that we observe significant variations. Now, interesting thing to observe over here is the yellow line, which is depicting the current account deficit, which is supposed to be which is supposed to be matching up with the savings investment gap, but what we really see over here is the increasing difference between the current account deficit and the capital account surplus. So this could be a primary indication of what we call as volatility or vulnerability building into the system, because we are probably borrowing liabilities or external debt much more than what is recommended or visible through the domestic economic conditions measured by savings investment gap. So this figure 1 on the left panel depicts the savings investment as percentage of gross GDP. So so based on this, what is expected is that domestic investments are actually way above the domestic savings, and there is a shortfall or savings investment gap. And we expect to find lowering of capital flows from 2002 to 2005, because the gap seems to have kind of closed during this time, while period from 2009 to 12 should observe considerable capital flow movements. So now moving onto the graph on the right panel, time varying parameter for savings and investment. So there is a gradual decline which we can observe in the saving retention coefficient, so which is also indicative of the policy measures which were taken in 1991, and then it reached a low in 2005, and again there was a increase in capital account restrictions in 2005, and higher dependence was visible on domestic investments as capital mobility level has declined. And after that, there has been a cautious decline, indicating further increased capital mobility until 2018. So this provides us a long-term picture of how the relationship has evolved over the long run in Indian context. Next is
Shilpa, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thank you. Second findings from my second estimation actually show that major deviations are observed in the highlighted areas in yellow. So major deviations in UIP condition are observed during the time period of 92 to 93, then again in 95 to 97 pertaining to Asian financial crisis. But basically, I have classified these time zones according to more than 5% deviation. So in the left panel, it basically is a depiction of only the deviations from the zero condition, the uncovered interest rate parity. But the complete picture can emerge only when we are also analyzing conditional standard deviation along with the deviations. So which majorly gives us the same conclusions, because the period in which there is an increase in volatility or variation is also the time period when we were moving away from the interest rate parity. So moving to the capital inflows, the shaded areas above the time axis are actually the episodes, which time periods where we observed a surge in the capital inflows, and I have also highlighted the reasons, the major economic events happening during this time, and the ones below the axis are the stop episodes. Similarly, for capital outflows, I have identified 6 major episodes of flights and retrenchments along with the major economic reasons. So just to save little time, I'll move to the conclusions. So India has always adopted a very cautious approach towards liberalizing the capital flows, so that it does not lead to overheating in the economy and to control for volatility. So it is observed in all the 3 analyses that capital outflows are much more regulated as compared to capital inflows, and there is considerable increase in capital inflows as well as outflows after 2006. Now, this is reflected in both the graphs. So, in the amount of the variation, the mean plus minus 2 standard deviation, the dotted line that we observe, and is also visible in the increased divergence that was there in the previous uncovered parity graph.
You have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. So this is an indication that Indian markets are becoming largely converged with the foreign markets, and it is also in support of the efficient market hypothesis. So volatility point I've already covered, that it is reflected in considerable rise in Indian capital inflows and outflows, and this kind of pattern where similar spikes are there in the standard deviation. While Felston-Horioka approach is providing a more of inward-looking long-run picture of the economy, the decline in saving retention coefficient is significantly observed during our study period. India has much greater amount of capital inflows as compared to its outflows, which is a positive sentiment on one side, that India has abundant foreign investment available to finance its investments. But it is worrisome because the kind of volatility it is adding to Indian markets is also visible at the same time. In I would like to say that lifting of capital account restrictions is having an effect in India in mobilizing funds. But at the same time, external shocks, the major reasons which I highlighted in my gross inflows and outflows slide, the external shocks are an area of concern. So in context of monetary trilemma, the fact of balancing these 3 variables, exchange rate, monetary policy independence, and capital flows, is re-emphasized. And we observe that capital flows are much more responsive to exchange rates as compared to interest rates. Domestic savings and investment provide a long-term pattern of changes. However, BOP analysis and uncovered parity provide granular analysis, which is useful for policymakers to contain volatility. The 3 approaches need to be studied together for policy formulation as they are complementary in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. The paper is an interesting one. So before opening the floor for discussion, I have a couple of clarifications or questions. One is that do you not see that the volatility that you measure, that has not in gross capital flows, but in the uncovered interest parity and all that, the fluctuations have, the amplitude of the fluctuations have reduced after 2007, 8 or something like that. That to me, that was looking little strange. You had greater amplitude of fluctuations before, and as with passage of time, it has somehow hovered around the 0 mark or so. That was one clarification. Is there any particular reason for that? And towards the end, you sort of clarified that your capital flows, you were talking about the primacy of the trilemma, and you said that the capital flows are more dependent on your exchange rate than your interest rate. So would you suggest that with the increasing volatility of capital flows, would you suggest that we need to go back to a more restrictive exchange rate regime?
Sir, answering the first question about the volatility. So, yes, uncovered interest rate parity reveals a falling pattern, as well as this was also visible in although there are increase in the variations, the mean plus 2 standard deviation band has increased, but we do not see any movement crossing the bands. So, in the sense, the volatility we have been able to contain the volatility. So in terms of policy regulations and macroprudential measures which were taken in the aftermath of 2008 crisis, I suppose are big reasons in which we have been able to maintain that variation, I will say. Variation is there, but we have been able to contain it.
Would you say that our interest rate or interest rate policy was more in tune with the fluctuations in the global interest rate and the exchange rate? Would you say that? Because the gaps had actually come down and the volatility had actually come down.
Yes, actually, sir, before this, the one study which I had done before this, in that study, I have already concluded what you just said, that interest rates have actually been converging. So this is building on that study itself.
Okay. And my second question.
Yes, sir. About the second question of relating to more responsive to interest rates as compared to exchange rate. So I would like to highlight two things here. One is the argument of dilemma by Ray, and the second is another argument which I again, my previous study in which I had actually shown that in case of India we have shifted from trilemma to dilemma regime. So this actually kind of supports that argument that interest rate and capital flows are the two variables which have become much more important to India, because there has been kind of exchange rate convergence which is observed again amongst all the economies. So in that context.
Okay. So you are not trying to say that you need to control exchange rate more, but let it move and adjust to the global currency market. That's what you're trying to say, and let the capital flow be get tuned to the exchange rate changes. That's what you're trying to say.
No, sir, I didn't really get the point. Can you repeat?
No, what you showed in your one of the slides, that towards the end, when you concluded, you said that your global capital flows are more linked to the exchange rate movement than to the interest rates. That's almost you said towards the end. If you
no, sir, the reverse. It's more responsive to interest than to exchange rate.
Then I might have got it wrong. Can you show the last slide, please?
Yes, might be. I'll just cross check again.
I might have got it wrong.
No, sir. There was a typo in my slide. I just checked because my results were showing something else. I'm sorry. That's a typo.
So I was wondering why. How could you get that result? Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions from anybody else? I think there are no other questions. Thank you, Shilpa, for your interesting paper on open economy macroeconomics. I'm very intrigued to read your paper. I have read it, glanced through it, so I would like to read it once more. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let us go to the next paper. It's a paper titled A Simple Model of Online Marketing, Production, Profit and Growth by Labani Rai Chaudhary, Vishwajit Mondal and Alapon Sanyal of Vishwabharati. May I request one of the authors to present the model?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm sharing the screen.
Please start, Lavani.
Sir, is this visible, sir?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. It's moving, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am elated that I got the opportunity to present our work in this virtual meet organized by IFT Kolkata. As you can see in the slide, this is a collaborative work with my professor Vishwajit Mondol and my friend Alapon Shannal. As we all know that digitalization or the advent of digitalization has impacted each and every corner of this world. Like we can say each and every mode or form of interaction is impacted. Like today we are meeting in this online platform. This is an ideal example of that. So, so far I understand, production is not an exception. Because to me, production is also a kind of interaction, an interaction between two market agents, a buyer and a seller. In the next slide, I have attached 6 pictures. They are telling the story, how the evolution of production, or more precisely, the trading sector of the production has taken place with the help of digitalization. Because the manufacturing or the production sector of this entire production spectrum is very much labor intensive. So there is no way to shift it in online mode. So it is taking place in offline mode. But the trading sector or the marketing sector is shifted online. Nowadays, we hardly find ourselves in an offline shop and checking the quality of a product. Rather, we like to order the same product from online marketing platform, and we also get that product delivered at our doorstep. Even the payment can also be done through the online mode. So, cut to 2023, we are accustomed in a production system which is hybrid in nature, and the main driving force behind this radical change is digitalization. Digitalization in India was introduced in 2015 with the launch of Digital India program. If we talk about the COVID-19 and lockdown scenarios, the pandemic situation and its survival and the digitalization is symbiotically related, because at that time during lockdown we didn't have any other option, so we opted for digitalized methods. But even after the pandemic, this compulsion has become a trend and it continued. We are looking for some literature, and we found that previously the production was considered as with zero trading cost, but Folway 1976 as a pioneering paper introduced that trading is a non-traded domestic service. After that, Marjit and Mandal 2012, Diadov 2004, Marjan Mandal Nakanishi 2020 are among such works which shed light in this prospect of research. Due to this radical change from offline to online, it is just possible because of this widespread IT sectors, AI, machine learnings, and it made the production system more capital intensive or machine dependent. We found few papers on this AI and consumer preference, like Greisen-Naude 2018, Agio, Johnson, Jones, Margin, and then 2022. So taking clue from this existing literature, our attempt is to capture whether this radical transformation or this striking change can lead to any prudent impact on economy as a whole through the profit, capital accumulation and growth. So it is high time to introduce our model, a theoretical model which can support our approach. Here is the basic model. We have our final outcome as F, which has 2 compartments, G and Q. The former part, G, is the ready to consume exogenously given good, which cost PG. The price of the final outcome is PF. But our paper doesn't focus on the G part, rather it focuses on the trading or selling or marketing of this ready to consume good. And that is Q. So this Q requires capital and labor, and the returns to that labor and capital are R and W respectively. For brevity, we focus on the production of good, not the services. Here is the basic model. We have considered a Cobb-Douglas kind of production function for our Q, which is mu k whole to the power alpha, 1 minus mu into L whole to the power 1 minus alpha. Here mu stands for the share parameter of capital, and alpha implies the output elasticity, and both of them run between 0 and 1. So the final equations for F looks like this. Our cost function is TC equals to PG plus WL plus RK. Therefore, the profit function is something like total revenue minus total cost. This is the profit function. After doing the profit maximization and solving for the optimization problem, we got some values, optimal values for K and L. We plugged those values and we get our profit function, final profit function like this. As we can see that according to our earlier assumption, these circled terms of this function are constant. The only part which is containing mu is our part of concern, because whatever change is taking place through this shift from offline to online, it is indicated by this change in mu. For better understanding, we have taken some arbitrary values for this mu, like 0.2, 0.4, 0.5, and we have checked that this term, which is containing mu, which is directly related to the cost part, as you can see. As mu is rising, it is rising from 0.2 to 0.4, the term is falling. That means the cost is also falling. And till 0.5 it is falling and it reaches the minimum, and then after that it starts rising again as the mu rises further. So I can show our cost curve. This is Q in shape, and our profit curve is something like this, as our revenue is constant. So we can propose that an increase in mu or factory intensity indicating digitalization in marketing leads to an increase in profit of the final good produced, but the relation isn't uniform and not always positive. Let's move to the capital accumulation part. Here we have considered a positive change in capital equation, which is del K equals to gamma pi minus phi K. Here gamma is the constant saving rate from the profit, and phi is the depreciation rate of capital. We just plugged our profit function in that, as we have seen that there is profit throughout. At first the profit is increasing, and then after mu equals to 0.5, a certain value, it is decreasing. So we can propose that digitalization causes an increase in capital accumulation up to a certain value of mu. Beyond that, it hurts the process of capital accumulation. Now let us move to the most interesting part. Here we attempt to check the impact capture the impact of nighttime exploitation or nighttime utilization in the case of online marketing. As we all know that the online marketing platforms are accessible or available to their consumers 24/7. So unlike the offline shop, conventional offline shops, we as a consumer can order and pay for a good. We can order a good or a product, and we can also make the payment for it even at the midnight. So if we utilize that night time, we can also expect our early delivery. And what? As a consumer, we always like to get our desired good as quick as possible. So if we get an early morning delivery, we are always ready to pay any higher price for that good. So let us denote that time preference by delta. And that this delta is positively related with the effective price, and so our profit function is something like this. As our effective price in online marketing is higher, so we are fetching some higher revenue, so the profit is larger. And as we are getting larger profit, there is higher level of capital accumulation. Thus, we can propose that exploitation of night time through digitalization yields double benefit through mu and PF, and hence the basic results get strengthened further. Now we extend our model. Basically, the fundamental structure is same, but this time our Q is a little bit different. This time we are using a CES, a more generalized type of production function. This time Q is mu k whole to the power rho plus 1 minus mu L to the power rho whole to the power 1 by rho. Here rho is the substitution parameter and mu stands for the same, that share parameter of capital. And mu and rho both run between 0 and 1. The final equation for our final outcome is this. Therefore, our profit equation is something which is this. We get and we do the same profit maximization and get the optimum values of K and L, and our Q is this. We get our profit function. This. It is clearly visible that this time the result is not same anymore. Just like the previous case, we have only the whatever change was taking place was through the cost part only, because the mu related part was related with the cost only. But this time it is also related with the revenue. But as PF and G are positive and 1 by rho is greater than 1, so revenue is always having the stronger effect than cost. So for better understanding, here is a table. We have again taken some arbitrary values for mu, and we have seen that as mu is rising, the revenue and cost both are increasing till 0.5. But after 0.5, if mu rises any further, it starts declining. So this is our total revenue curve, the red dotted one. This blue broken line is our total cost, and the black bold line is our profit curve. We again extend our model for capital accumulation and nighttime exploitation, as there is a positive profit throughout, because there is a stronger revenue throughout. So here we get the capital positive capital accumulation. And if nighttime is exploited, we can fetch much higher profit, because we have already seen that in CS type of production function, we are getting higher profit than CD. And if nighttime is exploited, there is double benefit. So the profit is much higher in this case. This is our capital accumulation curve, change in capital curve. So we can propose that as mu increases, the revenue and the cost both increases simultaneously, but the revenue having the stronger effect of mu leads to an increase in profit. After a certain value of mu, the profit starts declining. With the rise in mu, capital accumulation takes place, but beyond a certain value of mu, capital accumulation decreases. The rate of the capital accumulation decreases, but it is not negative capital accumulation or decumulation. Due to the utilization of night time, mu and del PF both increases at a time. It leads to much higher profit compared to the CD production function. Here's our conclusion. We have tried to establish the relationship among digitalization, capital intensity, output, profit, and we have used both the Cobb-Douglas and series production function. this transformation from offline to online is indicating more engagement of machine, like it is replacing the labor in terms of capital. So it has direct impact on the trading process through various channels like profit, capital accumulation, and consequent growth possibilities. In both the cases, profit initially rises and then falls. Here I want to mention that the point of interest is why this mu equal to 0.5 is very important, because this is a threshold value that after which the interesting changes are taking place, like something after which it is declining or rising sometimes in both the cases. Why this is mu equal to 0.5 is so important? Because this is a value of that till this or in this situation, the existing production system or spectrum is already sufficiently capital intensive that any further infusion of capital will not turn out to be more profitable. That if we infuse any further capital in the system, it will not any more profitable. This is basically based on the very conventional law of diminishing marginal productivity and law of variable proportion. Capital accumulation takes place initially and then there is decumulation of capital, but in the CES case there is no decumulation, there is always a positive profit. So always there is always a capital accumulation. The rate of accumulation may decrease at after 0.5, mu equal to 0.5. And we have extended our model for nighttime exploitation, and we have some interesting result, and much higher profit can be achieved. I want to mention that this is a work in progress, so any kind of suggestion and comment is always welcome. And I also want to mention that we are not very convinced, not yet very convinced with the interpretation of mu. We are working on it. And we are also also trying to extend our model, incorporating new ideas like platform economy, contract incompleteness, reneging, and monitoring cost, and working on it. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Lavani. Thank you for another interesting paper that you presented. It's the basic model, though it's very simple, but the extensions are quite new, and I'm a little intrigued to say that you have been greatly influenced by your supervisor from his time zone differences model to bringing the nighttime exploitation, almost a similar kind of logic that you are exploiting here. Would like to see more work on this later on. Two things that strike me in your results is when you present the results, in one slide you should have shown how the differences happen with the adoption of the CES production function. You said that it's improved profit and everything improving, but what is the extent of the improvement and where actually the improvement comes from? If you highlight that, that will be of great importance. That's one thing. The second thing, when you do the say the simulation, if you taking various values of mu, to me, in all the graphs, in all the exercises, what I saw, where mu equal to 0.2 and the mu is equal to 0.8, for both these two, the numbers that you arrive at are same. I don't know why they have come same. If you look at your results, somewhere it has come mu mu equal to 0.2, it's 2.41, mu is equal to 0.28. After the increase and then the decrease, it has also come to 2.41. There might be a reason, so I would request you to delve more into that. So why it is coming so? And the third thing which you have not included in your paper, you have talked about profit, you have talked about capital accumulation, you have talked about growth, and at some point you say that your after a point, say threshold of 0.5, your mu equal to 0.5, your capital does not accumulate anymore. There might be, in certain cases, there might be capital decumulation. What happens to labor productivity in that case? If you are trying to answer the question of your growth, why such growth happens, it might be from capital accumulation to labor productivity to grow. That might be the channel. That's my humble submission to you and your co-authors, if you can explore that channel.
Thank you, sir. I will surely look into this matter. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from anybody else? Vishwajit, you want to pitch in?
Am I audible, Srikanth?
Yes, yes.
No, actually it's Lavani's paper. So she has to fight her own battle. So I'm not going to pitch in. But yes, of course, but I agree with what Lavani said. So I thought that Lavani would explore or analyze or explain more on the structure of the production function, cost function, and then the profit function. Actually, this mu needs more explanation. So what is that? Actually, this trading cost, as you know, in entire trade literature, both in theory and empirics, this trading cost, we started with zero trading cost modeling.
Yes,
and then
absolutely.
We had positive trading cost. Then with COVID and digitalization and huge development in transportation technology, the trading cost went down. And then, this case of home market effect, this also depends on this iceberg kind of cost. So that was the kind of thing when the production, we included this trading cost within the production function itself. We didn't separate out these two, production and the marketing or the trading. But only because of this digitalization and not work from home, buying from home methodology actually instigated all of us to look into this issue more clearly. And till date, I have not found much more papers on this area. So let's see what happens. But yes, of course, this thing I need to look at, because what is happening to labor productivity? Because when capital accumulation goes down, the labor productivity should ideally increase, because of standard microeconomic theory.
Yes, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Thank you very much for that point. So I have not thought of it. Yeah, thank you, Srikanth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question from anybody else? Thank you, Lavani, for your paper. Let me and your nice presentation, and hope you will look into my comments positively. And this is nothing to criticize, just look into your numbers and the theoretical argument and the labor productivity part more carefully. All the best.
Sure, sir.
Let me invite the fourth paper, which is by Himanshu Jaiswal and A. Ganesh Kumar, on revisiting the search for the second best in trade regimes. Himanshu. Is Himanshu there? Is Himanshu there?
I can see Himanshu. Maybe he's having a problem. Himanshu, please unmute yourself.
He has unmuted himself, but he's not audible.
I think some connection problem, perhaps. I will ask the session in charge to give a call in his mobile. Just
no, you are not audible, Himanshu. You are not audible. Can you hear us?
Shurkada, ask him to rejoin. So
Himanshu, I would request you to rejoin. Come out of the system and join back.
Sir.
Yeah. Till Himanshu rejoins, can I suggest something more to Bishwajit and the team? Labuni, can I do Bishwajit?
Yes, please, Shurkada, please.
See, you have an exogenous mu, okay?
Yes.
Your trading cost. Can you endogenize it? That's my whole this thing. Then it can be varying.
So actually, Shurkada, to be very frank, so my next target is to, because whenever we are moving from offline to online mode of trading, actually we are giving a contract to a platform like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra. So you do this kind of trading on my behalf. Say I am the producer of the good and I want to sell, I want my product to reach the customer. So, but there is a problem that Amazon or the Flipkart is in. Yes, so I think he is available now.
Yeah, he has joined.
He has joined. Okay, we'll talk about this later on. Yeah. Okay. Himanshu, please start.
Himanshu, can you hear us?
No, I don't think we can't hear him. The same problem.
Yeah, he is trying. He's saying something, but it's not audible coming to us.
Yes.
Himanshu, do you have any another device with which you can?
Yes.
I think that
you
could be
can
one another
speak
option.
through that device, and you can show your presentation through the original one.
Yeah, laptop, and you can speak through your mobile, maybe. Yes.
Mobile, yes. Yes. No, you are not audible. Sorry, Himanshu. Now you are not audible.
His device may be not working properly, so let's wait.
Yes.
Maybe to. I have requested him to use his mobile. Hello, Himanshu.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. So yes. Do one thing. You switch off the mic in your computer. That means okay, and use this mic, mobile. Otherwise, there'll be an echo. Can you hear us? Himanshu?
Yeah, in one yes.
I think it's echoing.
Is it visible now?
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, Himanshu, it is perfectly visible. You just switch off the mic of your computer. I think that is sufficient for stopping the echo.
Is it good now?
No.
No, he has to reduce the audio to minimum for his laptop or desktop, whichever, because otherwise the sound will get in. No. The system.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Okay, so what we are trying here, and firstly, I apologize for this mishap. It was not planned. I had checked everything, but now I don't know how it is happening. So, thank you for bearing with me. My name is Himanshu, and I'm working on this paper with my supervisor, Professor Ganesh Kumar, and here we are trying to find the second best scenario in trade regime. Second best means first best is global multilateral liberalization, where each country is reducing or removing the tariff over all the sectors, but it is not possible. In some political regions or geopolitical regions are there, so first best is not possible somehow. So second best is the free trade agreements, where two or more countries club together and negotiate to reduce or eliminate the tariff rates and export subsidies or across the product range. So, but there are some allegation, or there is a huge debate from the times of Weiner and till now, that free trade agreements are not very beneficial. Even in India, the policy circles, in Indian policy circles, there are so much debate that whether Indian government should conclude agreements with its trading partner or not. So, because there are several reasons for that. In free trade agreements, we basically reduce the tariffs, but we don't negotiate, or we just simply ignore the non-tariff measures like rules of origin, sensitive sectors, and technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and many non-tariff measures as well, other measures as well. So what we are trying here is that we are trying to propose a new design of free trade agreements where there will be no need for severe or stricter rules of origin. So rules of origin are the set of rules or conditions which determine the economic nationality of any product. So that will be the focus of this paper here. So other concern with traditional FTAs or these type of FTAs are sensitive sectors, like when India walked out of the RCEP at the last moment because it was very concerned of its agriculture sector and dairy sectors. So there are sensitive sectors that the countries don't negotiate over in the free trade agreements. And also this is how the preference utilization rate of any free trade agreement is very low, that I'll talk in next slides. So these things are not a topic of the past, but these things are happening. Like India UAE trade agreement, there are strict rules of origins are there, and India UK in FTA talks there are sensitive issues, or basically sensitive sectors are there. In India Australia FTA as well, there are sensitive sectors, and these are agriculture sector, dairy sector are out of FTA with Australia. So I mean, these things are coming into the picture, and we should also think about this. So there is a literature about rules of origin and other non-tariff measures and their effects on trade agreements. So Cadet et al. In 2002 showed that rules of origin are negating the effects of trade reductions due to an FTA. And Dierdorf recent paper to 2018 that says that rules of origin cause FTA to yield a level of welfare that will be worse than if there is no FTA. And also there are some role of FTA in developing the GVC that has been documented by many scholars like Havakawa, Yamashita, and Blyde et al. But there is also these rules of origin severity is affecting the GVC participation. There is a negative relationship between the rules of origin severity and global value chains participation. And in a study, India-specific study, Sejati Jha in 2003 finds in her enterprise survey that the most used agreement by Indian exporters is India-Sri Lanka agreement, while its utilization rate is just around 11%. So, I mean, the reason behind this low utilization rate is this non-tariff measures as well. And so, the objective here in this paper is to find a new design of the FTA so that they actually actualize the gains of FTA, and they do not negate the effects of welfare that are supposed to be in FTA. And so also how to avoid sensitive sectors so that negotiation go easy. So for that purpose, we propose a new design that is called sectoral trade agreement. This is where we define sectoral trade agreement is like that it's a type of free trade agreement wherein emphasis would be given on a particular sector like or any industry like automobile or electronics or pharmaceuticals. And this trade agreement will be negotiated or done between all the major producer countries involved in that sector. So like, if, for example, I just said electronics equipment industry or automobile industry. So the two big advantages of STA over FTA is the rules of origin, because there will be no rules of origin, or basically there will be rules of origin, but there will be no preferential rules of origin, and there will be no requirement of severe making rules of origin very severe, because every major producer will be involved in this club of trade agreement. Also, so when this type of things will happen, then the preference utilization rate will automatically go up. So that's the idea behind sectoral trade agreement. And also, when all the major producers are within the trading block, the trade diversion at the block level will be very narrow. At the country level or the regional level might be some scope, but at the block level there will be two blocks: major producers block and minor producers block. So at the block level there will be no there will be a very narrow scope of trade divergence. So this is a big allegations against trade divergence from the times of Weiner, that free trade agreements are creating trade divergence, and so this will be also a brownie point in sectoral trade agreement. So these are the things that I had just discussed, that here industry coverage will be for only one or two industries, basically one industry, but the country coverage will be greater, because a lot of major producer countries will be there, and so all the countries will be clubbed in that. But in traditional FTAs, the country coverage is very narrow, like 2 or 3, or basically in regional trade agreement 4 or 5 or 6 countries are there. Also, in FTA, rules of origin are made stricter to protect the uncompetitive domestic industry as well, like as we have seen in my earlier slides. But in STA, entire mechanism is done for a particular sector, so the effects of rules of origin will automatically die down, and also the sensitive sectors will not be in the pictures. So it's not only just tariff, non-tariff measures, also the tariff. If we say what are the tariffs, so if we look at the tariffs, what are the tariffs? These tariff rates have been taken from GTAP database. So all the developing countries are living a much bigger tariff rates on different sector, like MVH is motor vehicle, textile and leather, CRP is chemical and rubber plastics. So China is applying around 13% on MVH, that is motor vehicle, like same is Thailand, India, Mexico, Brazil. So I mean, tariffs are also high, not just non-tariff measures. This is also a concern. So implementing this, we have a methodology. So our question is, what will the effect of STAs on variable of interest, like output, employment, export prices, export volumes, and all that? And will this be a welfare improving regime? So for that, we have identified sector as a motor vehicle and its parts and accessories. The reason for choosing this sector is that a fully built vehicle combines around 3,000 parts and accessories, and so it has a very potential of. It's a car is a good example of fragmented production, because all the parts and accessories will not be available in a single country. So its intermediate input will be coming from many countries. So that's why motor vehicle industry or automobile industry is a good example, good sector to take here for my analysis. Also, the number of producing countries is also limited, and so for this sector, major producer countries have been identified first, and the input factors that have been identified for the input factors that are going into the automobile have been identified. Then the removal of import tariffs and export taxes and subsidies according to the scenarios have been implemented in standard GTAP model. I'll explain the scenarios in next slides. So how I have identified the producing countries and input sectors is like I have used annual production data of 2023 edition of UNIDO Industrial Statistic Database at 4-digit level of ISIC, and the data have been taken from 2012 to 2019. for two categories, 2910 and 2930. 29 stands for motor vehicles and 2930 stands for parts and accessories. But there is a catch because some countries report their data in different format. Like some report data in subcategory while some club all subcategories in single category. So for that, I have used proportionality assumption of export and applied over the production data. So that's one thing. And also is like for some years, some countries data is in 2910B format, which include 2910, 2920, all. So again, I mean, yeah, export proportionality rule has been also applied here as well for disaggregation of the data. And wherever data for a particular year or country is not available, so average of last 3 years available data has been used. So idea here is not to find the exact data for any year for any country, but to identify the major producer country. So for that purpose, this has been done. Also, the exports and re-exports has also been looked at, just to avoid the possibility of re-exports and all that. And yes, and this data, whatever set have country set we have got has been cross-verified by GTAP input-output table. And there were some more countries, like in GTAP there was one more country or one less country. So union set has been taken from union set of GTAP, and UNIDO data set has been taken. And again, using GTAP input-output table, input sector have been identified. All those input sectors which are contributing more than or equal to 1% in total production value of MVS sector has been taken. So in this way, and this has been cross-verified by using OECD ISIU inter-country input-output tables. So identified countries input sectors are this. So for our analysis, there are 21 countries and 14 sectors are identified as input sectors. These are the input sectors that are going into the automobile sector. So after that, CG analysis has been done. So standard GTAP model, which is static, multi-region, and multi-sector. Standard GTAP model has been used, and our database is somewhat old, and it's 8.1. The new latest database is 11. So we are planning to update this study as well in future, in next some days. And so 129 regions are in there in GTAP database that have been aggregated into 22, and the 57 sectors that are in GTAP dataset has been aggregated into initially 18, but finally 19. How 19 is because we have used SplitCom. SplitCom is a software that has been created by Mark Horis, and it basically MVH in GTAP. MVH is motor vehicles and parts and accessories, but in our analysis we need motor vehicles and parts and accessories in two sectors. So for that we have disaggregated these MVH sectors into MVH and parts. For that we have used again UNIDO database, and we have calculated 2910 and 2930, and the ratio between them is 0.69 is to 0.31, and according to that we have disaggregated MVH sector into two parts. That is, one is MVH, that is MVH is fully built vehicle, and parts is parts and accessories. So now we have two sectors. So finally we have 19 sectors. And the 5 factors of production in GTAP database, namely land, unskilled skilled labor, and capital natural resources are retained as such here. And full employment condition regarding unskilled labor, skilled labor, and capital has been relaxed to get a more realistic pictures. And so aggregation of countries is this, where these are the new code and comprising regions. So in total we have 22 regions, and this is the aggregation of industries. So in total we have 18 sectors that after using SplitCom software we have 19 sectors. This number 11 row has been disaggregated in two parts, MVH and parts. Now we are forming the scenarios. So first scenario is low utilization scenario, where India has done agreement. India is in agreement with 5 countries or regions: India, Japan, India, South Korea, India, UK, India, Thailand, and India, EU. Out of this 5, India, Japan, and India South Africa agreement are already done, and these are working, functioning. India, UK, and India EU, there is ongoing talks for negotiating a trade agreement. India Thailand is an agreement, but it's a prototype of agreement. This is called EHS, Early Harvest Scheme. But I mean, again, the talks are ongoing for comprehensive trade agreement. But yes, India and Thailand is also functioning. India, Japan is functioning. India, South Korea is functioning. So it's a kind of so these 5 agreements are there, and they are functioning at just 25% utilization rate. And you should note that 25% utilization is way ahead because of we have included a study of Sujati Jha, which says that India Sri Lanka is the most used agreement, and its utilization rate is just 11%. So 25 is still high, but we are calling this low utilization scenario just we are accommodating the time frame, because it was 2013 study, and it's around 10 years old study. So we are giving in low utilization scenario, we are just using 25% utilization rate. And then better utilization scenario is everything is same with like first scenario, but utilization rate has been increased, that is 50% utilization. And STA scenario, an STA has been formed between all the major producer countries in MVH and parts. All the exports, taxes, and subsidies have been removed. And then first composite scenario, where bilateral FTAs are going on in parallel. I mean, traditional bilateral FTAs are going parallel with a particular STA, and this STA is functioning with bilateral FTAs, and bilateral FTAs are functioning at a utilization rate of 25%. And same with composite 2 scenario. And the last scenario is our first best scenario, that is all the import and export taxes, export subsidies have been removed over all the sectors for all the countries in the world. So in this way, we have done our analysis, and the results are in 2 parts. First parts are STA specific. Second part is a comparative study between FTA, STA, and composite scenarios. So firstly, we will discuss one by one. We will discuss all the results. So this is a table for STA specific only for India, and here volume changes are in US million dollar. So all the sectors that are in our study are in the first column, then output, exports, domestic sales, and import, private household import, and government import data is that. If you see row number 11 and 12, we see that output is expanding. We see that output is expanding, export is also going up, import is going up, but domestic sales is going down for both motor vehicles and parts, and these are in the same quantum. I mean, how the domestic sales are going down in the same quantum as exports are going up. So basically what is happening is that one explanation might be plausible here is that India is producing more low-grade automobile models, and since this sector has been liberalized, so its demand has been increased, so it is exporting more and more. But at the same time, at the domestic level, its demand is going down, and while demand for the sophisticated models have been improved because tariff and export subsidies has been removed from these 2 sectors. So this is happening in motor vehicle and parts for India specific, and also India is gaining services sectors. Its output, domestic sales, and its import are going up because in motor vehicles, as I had shown the slide, that there are a lot of things are there. Let me show it again. Yes. So trade services, transport services, financial services, business services are also there. So in that sense, and these services occupy a greater chunk in the production value of automobile. So that's why services share is also very high. But some sectors are losing, like non-ferrous metals.
Excuse me, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, just 5. Okay. So I'll move on for the intermediate consumption, where volume changes in million US dollar again. again, we can see that intermediate consumption of these sectors in automobile, motor vehicles, and parts in domestic is going down, while for imports this is going up. So this simply means same logic is followed here, that India is importing more of importing more products from abroad because of liberalization of these sectors. Factor demand is one thing. So we can see that India is gaining in all sectors, in motor vehicles and parts. In unskilled labor, 24,000 workers, 44.5 to 22,000 workers. In totality, in aggregate, we can see that unskilled laborers are around 516,000 workers, and for skilled laborers, 177,000 workers, and this is capital in $668.71 US million. India is gaining. This is the output sector, and this is output percentage change for all the countries in all the sectors. So we can see that in highlighted rows, pink highlighted rows, this is for MVH and parts. So many countries are gaining, like Japan, Korea, Thailand, but some are losing as well. But the countries which are losing in MVH and parts are gaining in other sectors like EU. This is losing in MVH and parts, but it is gaining in other sectors like agri, manufacturing, textile, leathers, and all that. This pattern is followed somewhat same for all the countries. One thing is to be noted that if you see Oceania, so it is losing in MVH and parts, but it is gaining again in other sectors. So it's like output is expanding in other sectors for even non-participant countries as well. Export prices prices is the thing, is that one channel that is causing all these adjustment in the model. So prices are also going down for all the countries, for participant and as well as non-participant countries. Export volumes are going up for almost all the countries. For India, it is 86%. This is low volume effect basically for India, and for EU, it's going down, but it's very less in terms of because it's already exporting very high. But since these countries are Oceania, rest of Asia, these are already non-participant, their share is going down. Import prices are going down for all the countries, for MVH and parts. So their volumes are also going up for all the countries, except rest of America. We can see that in MENA, Middle East and North America and Sub-Saharan Africa and rest of world and Oceania, they are also gaining in terms of import volume because their import prices are going down. So output for India in different scenario, we can see that STA, this is for only STA, this is 1.22, 0.4 in MVH and parts, but in composite scenario, it is improving. Again, it's somewhat similar. And this is for every sector, somewhat similar for every sector. And
excuse me, you have only 1 minute left.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll now discuss. So one thing is that last final thing is welfare. Why every country should come on board for making this agreement is that because their welfare is improving. Thing is, if welfare improving, then country is gaining. So that's a very plausible reason to join this trade club. So if this is FTA scenario, where are only EU and Japan, Korea, Thailand, India are gaining, and but if you see STA scenario, all the countries which are part of this agreement are gaining, only except Turkey. So I was saying that there will be some trade diversion at the country level, so that might be the effect with Turkey. But if excluding rest of America, everyone is gaining. So if we see the aggregate of welfare, the aggregate of welfare is $132 billion here, $161 billion here In STA, it is around $300 billion here. And if we compare the STA with the composite one scenario, the welfare is around $430 billion in composite one, where FTA is FTAs are running with in parallel with STA, and in composite 2, where FTAs are functioning at 50% utilization rate with STA, their welfare again improving with around 459 or 460 billion dollar, and this is inching towards the GMA scenario, that is $3,330 billion. So this means that FTA with STA is closing towards GMA scenario. GMA is a global multilateral scenario where everyone is liberalizing. So that's the thing. So as a conclusion, we can say that sectoral trade agreement may overcome the fault lines created by free trade agreements. And since GMA is a very is the first choice, but it's a very weak possibility. The second best choice would be a composite scenario with the FTA plus STA, but at the same time, trade partners should try to reduce the restrictiveness of non-tariff measures as well. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Himanshu. I was wondering that why we have not got any paper here on trade policy and multilateral trade policy, and here comes Himanshu's paper with interesting results, where he shows FTA and STA together might almost mirror image the GMA results. One thing it's interesting, and he says that he concludes that NTB's trade partners should be able to reduce NTBs. Now, when you go for such liberalization, whether in NTBs or any other things, one thing that happens with tariff liberalization and even with non-tariff reduction in non-tariff barriers, your terms of trade might change, and it's likely to change, which is likely to bring about improvement in your trade scenario. And you have, in your results, you have shown that your trade scenario has improved. Whether in exports it's lower, in imports it's higher, but your domestic sales might have gone down, especially with respect to motor vehicles and parts. Now, has terms of trade played a major role in this regard? Your results do not highlight about the impact, because the moment you liberalize, your terms of trade is expected to change, and the route through which all these changes come about, it's through the terms of trade. Now, you have not highlighted in your results, though I know when you run the GTAP, you get results on terms of trade. So what has happened to terms of trade?
Yes, the channel is prices. So terms of trade is the channel, basically, not prices and terms of trade. The terms of trade is the ratio of export to import prices. So I have not talked about terms of trade very much here, but in the welfare scenarios, a welfare table, there is a terms of trade. I mean, I exhaust the time limit. So here, otherwise I would have explained that terms of trade is improving for the countries more where the tariffs is very high, like India, like Thailand, like China. But for the countries like EU, where terms of trade is not improving very much because the tariffs is not very much high already. So they are reducing very less tariffs quantum. So that's why terms of trade thing is not playing for there. Like I had said that some countries are losing in terms of welfare. So that would be the one of reasons. So I have given the column for terms of trade here, but I have not discussed. But yes, you are right that the channel is terms of trade basically. Also, I'm working on the theoretical framework of this model. So for where I'll show that terms of trade will be the main channel.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing whenever there is an attempt for any kind of trade liberalization, whether unilateral, regional, or multilateral. The terms of trade the gains only come through changes in terms of trade. The other thing, I was little intrigued in one of your tables where you show that the non-composite low utilization scenario, high utilization scenario, there the changes for the US, where it is positive for the EU, India, China, Thailand, and all that, it's negative and large for the US. And now that might hold back your multilateral trade agreement.
That is happening actually in FTA scenarios where India is doing agreement with EU, Japan, South Korea. So one of the allegations against FTA is that they are not very fruitful to every country. They are discriminatory. So that is actually showing that the FTAs are discriminatory to other countries. Like US is losing when India is forming agreement with other countries, or other countries are forming agreement with India. So other countries are losing in terms of welfare. So that shows the discriminatory nature of FTAs basically. So that is the thing actually.
Any other questions for Himanshu or clarifications from Himanshu? I think there are no other clarifications. Let me conclude this session. Thank you all the presenters for their excellent presentation and very short and timely. They concluded, they did not take any extra time. They listened to the organizers. Let me hand it over to the organizers. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us and your excellent contribution in this session. And thank you, especially the paper presenters, for their excellent papers and insights new insights into the subject and topics. And also to the people and the students and dignitaries who are present here in this session today. So that's all from our side, and we hope that we'll see you next year's conference. So I'll conclude the session here, and we have to move to the next session because we are running a little behind. So over to you, Professor Indrila. Indrila.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much for a lovely session. So we'll move forward. I'll need to check if we have everybody from the next session already joined here, because we are carrying with the same link only. Shoptoshi, can you please check if you are around?
Yes, I think Professor Maiti is with us.
Yes, ma'am. We have Professor Bhattacharya, Professor Chakraborty, and Professor, I can see Professor Menon has also joined. And yeah, so we can proceed with concluding session.
Okay, so very warm welcome to everyone for this session, and whoever has stayed back from the last session. It's been a very long day, but I would appreciate that you would not want to miss this very exciting last special lecture by Professor Menon. So the chair of this session is Professor Maiti. So Professor Maiti is a prominent researcher in international economics. Everybody is aware about his work, and within a very short notice, he has agreed to kind of join us here. We are very thankful, Professor Maiti, for being here. So as we are running late, without further ado, I would hand over the session to you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Let me first thank to Andrila and as well as the organizer for giving me opportunity to chair of the sessions. I would say most exciting sessions, to listen basically to Professor Menon, who actually has traveled from leading international policy organizations to the core academics, and then also working in different council agencies. And he's, I think, the experience, both being an academicians and as well as being the practitioners, would be most exciting for us. And of course, there are some formalities as well, will be done, some of the organizers at the end. All of you have discussed about contemporary issues in the international economics. I'd like to only highlight, just to put the context, which might be, interesting for us to get some kind of the directions from the Professor Menon. That when I was actually students, we are taught that market is supposed to do something, and then we should definitely go for liberalizations and the globalizations, and that we are actually moving a little bit of different direction now, and that obviously there are a couple of reasons, and we are unable to see the gains the way they are thinking from the trade. Some countries benefited, some countries could not. Even within the countries, all sections of the individuals or all sectors have been benefited, and inequality is rising. Climate change, we are unable to really handle that. We have seen the experiences from the COVID. And then at the same time, the technology, the way the technology has appeared with the hands of automations and others, the employment is supposed to be generated, hasn't actually happened. So these are definitely the reasons behind, to look back to the domestic economy and try to close as much as possible through that, but at the same time, being there in the developing economy, how can labor be employed if you don't have capital? Now, just we definitely want capital to be coming in, but then at the same time, we have to be managed somewhere to be in the mode of globalization for various practical purpose. So as a result, we are coming to some kind of strategic, and that's the reason various facets of issues regarding the FTA are coming in. Which probably being a student, I don't have many clue. And theoretically, I'd say, being an academician, don't have any clue that which way we are actually heading, and whether that can address some of those issues that I've actually raised here. And will be, and more important, that even India, at some point of time, we're actually thinking that, to expand export, why should we always look to the West? We should definitely look to the East. But we are, to some extent, maybe for some reason, you're trying to close down, looking towards the East. And since Professor Menon has actually worked and traveled almost all over the globe, East, West, South, and North, can give us some kind of direction from which, let's say, India could actually benefit, and particularly some of the challenges that we have right now in that. So with that, I think, please, and of course, I don't want to introduce formally, because those who know studied both practical issues of the trade and as well as the trade literature probably have heard of him. And if you simply Google says his name, you will be able to see his work and voluminous works. Currently, he is a senior fellow of UC. I'm actually forgetting exact name. UC. ISAC Institute, which is one of the upcoming institutes on which is working on these kind of issues, practical issues, and at the same time he has various affiliations on different universities, including leading universities in Australia and some of the South Asian universities, and I'll be happy to hear you, and please take over from here.
Thank you very much, Professor Maiti, for the very kind introduction, and also for your context, placing the issues, providing the backdrop of the. I think you're referring to a lot of the factors driving the rise in anti-globalization sentiment, the disenchantment. Of course, this is not new. Professor Bhagwati wrote about this several decades ago. So it's been there for a long time. It's been recognized. Governments, I think, haven't done enough to address the unequal distribution of costs and benefits of globalization. One of my old teachers and good friend who passed away just recently, Professor Max Corden, he used to always say, free trade is never, ever fair, but it is mutually beneficial. But being mutually beneficial is not enough. I mean, what that guarantees, of course, is that both parties gain, otherwise they wouldn't, voluntarily engage in the commercial exchange, but then they don't gain equally. And in conducting that exchange, there might be other spillovers. So there is certainly a greater need to compensate those that don't gain as much or some who lose. We have a short run, long run dilemma to deal with as well. A lot of the policy reforms that are proposed by liberalization economists, if you like, for want of a better term, those who promote freeing up trade as being beneficial, a lot of those reforms involve short-term adjustment costs for longer-term gains. And usually those costs in the short term are quite highly concentrated amongst a small group, and the gains are more thinly spread over a broader set of the community. So this is why we have the potential for lobby groups to organize, the incentive for lobby groups to organize, to resist reforms, and to invest heavily in winning favor with policymakers and governments, to try and refrain and resist reforms, and why the incentive for the beneficiaries that are many but small in terms of the magnitude of gains, the incentive is not existent. But anyway, so that let me dive into what it is I want to say today. As was already mentioned, it's been a long day for everyone. I've been trying to tune in as much as I can. When you mentioned travel, I thought you were going to say you knew that I've just come from Dubai, actually, via Singapore, and I'm in Cambodia now. So as much as I've been able to, I've been tuning in with the Wi-Fi on the plane and in lounges, and of course now finally I'm in Cambodia. So it's I've traveled from west to east, and I have in that sense looked east, and I think India should look east as well. But I think let me dive in a little bit here and get moving. I don't want to spend too much time. I want to leave time for discussion. But I think the first point is to recognize what I've just been saying, which is that the anti-globalization sentiment has been around for a while. It preceded COVID, but COVID reinforced it and gave it a fillip. And it has then translated to an increase in protectionism throughout the Asian region and beyond. I think during COVID, many barriers were raised to factor flows, labor especially, but also capital, technology, and other things. Those have been slow to come down. And some have not been completely reversed. So there's, this inertia in the system that we need to overcome when it comes to protectionist measures. It doesn't always work in reverse. Liberalization can gain momentum, but it's the raising of barriers that have this sort of tendency to stick around long after the need for that protection is gone. So that's something we need to be wary of. We saw a lot of export controls initially imposed on personal protective equipment, masks, ventilators, and the like, but they quickly expanded to include food and other items, indeed any product where excess demand threatened domestic sufficiency or domestic inflation. In the ASEAN region, which I work more on, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines have used these sorts of measures more liberally than their neighbors. And now, of course, we've seen re-emergence of the popularity of industrial policy, especially in the West, but not confined to the United States, but the US has embraced it aggressively. First with the Inflation Reduction, recently with the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, and the CHIPS and Science Act, both of which were roughly signed around August of last year. So this return of industrial policy, it never really went away, but its return with a vengeance, was driven by a combination of things. At one level, there is a very legitimate need to address the clean energy transition, right? The climate change challenge. And here I think there's a good case to be made for subsidies. This is a classic case of market failure, of a case where the social and the private costs and benefits diverge greatly. So the clean energy transition is justified by and large. You can grumble about the amounts and how it's implemented, but I think the bigger concern is the use of industrial policy for geopolitical and geostrategic concerns, and this is the security-driven trade policy of the US, or the securitization of trade policy that we are seeing, and it's almost exclusively directed at trying to reduce its dependence on China. But there's other examples. Given our audience, of course, you're all very familiar with the Self-Reliant India program of Prime Minister Modi. I'm hesitant to try and pronounce this correctly. I'll try. Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think. And I think, this is not confined to the US.
or India. Indeed, it's in so-called beacons of liberalization. They're all succumbed. And there is this tit for tat process taking place. It's not just for tariff. It often happens with subsidies as well. And of course, all these developments have been taking place against a backdrop of an increasingly ineffectual World Trade Organization, right? And the WTO is perhaps, well, all these things have been happening, perhaps partly because of it, of the WTO being increasingly unimportant on trade matters. And now they're likely to be even more compromised as a result of these developments. So this is your classic catch-22. We need to try and arrest this. I think the WTO and its, dispute settlement mechanism is critical to the proper functioning of the multilateral trading system. But at the moment, everything is pointing in the wrong direction. So for some, these developments signal the end of the export-led model in spearheading growth in the Asia-Pacific region, or now, of course, it's often the Indo-Pacific region, although that has more security connotations, but in this broader region. But I would quickly remind all of you that similar predictions were made soon after the 2008 global financial crisis. At that time, the world, the global economy was characterized by current account imbalances, and the focus then was to rebalance sources of economic growth by shifting them from the external sector to domestic demand. A lot of the attention then was focused on China and some other Asian countries with sizable current account surpluses, but most of it was on China. The IMF was particularly vocal in calling for China to rebalance. This is around the early 2010s, where everyone actually was pointing the finger at China then. China itself was trying to do it too. But then we're in 2023, and the managing director of the IMF is still calling for China to rebalance. So I think that's quite telling, right? Obviously, it has not happened. It did not, the export-led model that produced this remarkable reduction in, millions of people being lifted out of poverty in China, that did not go away after the global financial crisis and all the calls for a rebalancing away from external to domestic. But I think we have to recognize that in East Asia, the so-called home of the export-led modern export-led model growth story, trade growth has been slowing in East Asia for a couple of decades. So this is not a blip, this is a trend. It averaged around 8% in the years leading up to the 2008 global financial crisis, but then it quickly slowed to around 5.2% after 2010. This is quite a big drop, and is expected to fall to around 4.4% in the current post-pandemic period. So we have this undeniable shift in the trend growth rates of trade taking place. Of course, when you normalize it by GDP, the slowdown is less pronounced, but it's still there and it's still significant. So this 2-decade steady decline in the region's trade growth rate is raising alarm bells for some, but a lot of it depends on what is driving it. And that's what I want to come to in a minute. But let me say a little bit more about what's going on in the US. I think all of you know the story about anti-globalization and how it's affecting trade and so on. You know it well. I mean, it's discussed regularly. But I think we need to fully understand what's happening in the US and to answer the question of whether this is a transitory phenomenon or a permanent shift in US trade policy. Now, we have already seen the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act having significant direct effects and indirect effects on the East Asian region, and in fact in South Asia, but your beneficiaries. And I'll come back to that a bit later, and maybe we can pick it up a bit more in the question and answer session. But for the Southeast and East Asian region, China and Southeast Asia are not beneficiaries, they're losing, right? And they're losing to newfound friends, including India, some others in Southeast Asia like Vietnam, but the bigger players in Southeast Asia are losing in terms of trade. China, of course, is losing as a result of this, but overall trade between China and the US, despite all of this, continues to grow, right? But it's deviations from a trend. And this is because of the huge subsidies going into the domestic content rules for these chips and IRA acts, right, that are embedded within the statutes. These are laws. And also because of the restrictions placed on the exports of advanced microchips to Chinese firms. Now, that's directly crunching down on trade. But it's designed to limit the application for military purposes, but it's impossible to be that cut and dry when it comes to microchips, how they are produced and how they are used, right? This is affecting developments with AI, on electric vehicles, on autonomous vehicles, self-driving vehicles, and everything is linked to this policy that looks to deny China access to these microchips for military reasons. It's not confined to the military sector, right? And that's something I think, this region, the ASEAN, Southeast Asian region, is particularly concerned about. Southeast Asia's supply chains remain China-centered, right? The shifts and movements, there have been some, but they haven't changed the character or the nature of regional supply chains. China remains in the center and is likely to continue to remain in the center for the foreseeable future unless there's a dramatic shift in the instruments of this great power competition. And we hope that does not happen. Of course, it can, and then we might see huge costs for all concerned, including, dare I say, for bystanders like India and other countries in the region. But this is something we hope will not happen. But at the moment and for the foreseeable future, at this rate of escalation of the trade war, supply chains for Southeast Asia remain China-centered, and for other parts of East Asia, Japan and Korea, hugely reliant on China still, right? So this is a reality, I think, that we must accept when we think about how, what the US is trying to do in the name of increasing resilience. Resilience is now the new term for trying to push China out of supply chains, which is not only bad policy, but is also, unfortunately, impossible, right? You cannot remove a giant like China from the global system. Government policies and policymakers seem to be increasingly at odds with the private sector on this front. And they pretend to be in the game to protect private sector interests. And the private sector continues to question their policies. Elon Musk recently described the economic relationship between China and the global economy as akin to conjoined twins, right? Implying that the two were inseparable. And if you tried to separate them, one might die and the other might die eventually. It is simply not good policy and everyone will lose, right? Assuming that it can be done. Well, if the twins die, then it can't be done, right? That's a way of saying it can't be done. And I don't think you can remove China in any significant way from supply chains, because every supply chain has a supply chain behind it, and you will see China somewhere in it. In fact, you might see it very frequently in that supply chain. I know that there are concerns about China. Many of them are legitimate, and I think they need to be addressed. And as China now becomes a major player economically, it has greater responsibilities. It cannot free ride as it could in its journey to where it's got to. And that's something that needs to be addressed. There are issues on, intellectual property, on data security, on technology. All of these issues need to be addressed. But I don't think this is the right way about getting China to address them. But that's, of course, a separate issue. Going down this path of trying to bully China into observing rules set by others, I think it's unlikely to work. Anyway, but there is room for diversification. I think the level of reliance on China is too high. Relying too heavily on any one or small group of countries is never a good thing, and there's always benefits in diversification and reducing the risk of country-specific shocks or even region-specific shocks, and that's a good thing. And this is why President Biden at the G7 summit, not the G20 in India, but the G7, first started talking about de-risking rather than decoupling. I think he repeated that at the G20. He certainly repeated it at the UN General Assembly. In fact, he repeats it like a mantra every opportunity, almost as if he's trying to convince himself. But it's fine to say de-risk, but then if you do nothing differently, then it's ratcheting up of the rhetoric. And that's not very helpful, because then the risk of, escalation leading to disruption of regional supply chains remains real. Right. But I think, let me now, I am wary of time, and I want to move on quickly. I think we have to recognize, I'll come back to this point that I mentioned earlier about how the growth rate is slowing. And it is true that supply chains are shortening. And there has been some policy-induced reshoring, right? But most of this has affected goods rather than services trade. I think that's something we must recognize. The potential for growth in trade in services, especially intermediate services, the B2B, is enormous. And, the technological changes related to digitalization will further drive that type of growth in trade and also help circumvent a lot of the barriers to trade in services, right? And this is why some commentators, like Richard Baldwin, for instance, asserts that globalization is not dead, but it is simply transforming, right? I think he has a pretty valid case to make there on that point, right? It's certainly not as dramatic as some might lead you to believe. I think similarly, the export-led model of old is not dead or dying. It is simply being superseded by one in which the composition and the pattern of trade changes, but not its role or importance, right? In fact, I admitted that there was some reshoring. I mean, it's inevitable when you throw that much money at it, as the Americans are doing with their various acts. But actually, most of the changes hasn't been reshoring, which is reduction in trade and investment. Most of it has been friendshoring and nearshoring. In fact, a lot of it, friends that are near, and some friends that are not so near, like India and Vietnam. So that doesn't affect the volume of overall trade. It affects the geographic composition of trade. It affects the welfare benefits of trade, but it doesn't change the volume of trade very significantly. So that's the compositional changes, I think, taking place that can often be mistaken for a retrenchment of the export-dependent approach to growth, right? And I think, there's evidence for this from the World Bank and the IMF pointing in that direction. Now, the rapid growth in digital trade is also related to this compositional shift towards services, right? Digital trade did not exist 2 decades ago when the trade slowdown I mentioned started, right? Now it is rapidly evolving to include trade in digital goods and services, in digitally ordered goods and services, and digitally delivered services, right? So digitalization increases the scale, scope, and speed of trade, and it will affect the assessment of the viability of the export-led model in at least 3 ways. And let me quickly go through this before I wrap up. Okay. First, digital goods and services are likely to make up most of the future trade growth, while digitalization will facilitate future services trade growth. Second, the reported statistics on trade may underestimate the true volume of digital trade because there's a host of measurement difficulties involved. We are slowly getting better at it, but certainly the slowdown of the past that I already mentioned several times, that slowdown may be somewhat exaggerated because we are slowly learning how to better include all of this new types of digital trade. Right? So that's another thing. There's also a measurement issue here to bear in mind. And it's the most rapidly growing component of trade. So, this is something to bear in mind. Now, lastly, many of the barriers that inhibit goods trade in developed countries, especially, do not apply to services trade, right? In fact, this is why it has been able to grow so rapidly, while at the same time, the increasing use of the digital medium enhances the ability of traders to circumvent existing barriers, reducing the effectiveness of protectionist policies, right? So new technologies and business models are challenging the way that international trade and investment policy is made, as well as everything else, right? So as far as the performance of the export-led model is concerned, these three factors suggest that trade may be growing a lot faster than the statistics suggest, and further, that this trend is only likely to increase into the future. Right. There are a few other reasons why the export-led model, in my view, is unlikely to die anytime soon. Though the shift towards embracing industrial policy may represent more than a transitory phenomenon in the US, the fact that its security-driven trade policy has favored friendshoring and nearshoring more than reshoring implies a change in the pattern rather than the volume of trade. This is the point that I made earlier on, right? Now, the big question for this region is whether they will catch the US disease of industrial policy, right? For one thing, many of the countries here cannot afford it. That doesn't mean they won't try and do some of it, but they can't do it in the same way. So the likely distortions will be smaller, but it might still interfere with their trade. But I believe that the history of this Southeast Asian region will come to its rescue. Now, if you look at what has happened in this region, next to China, right, the poverty reduction record of countries like Vietnam and even Indonesia and at early stages Malaysia has been heavily dependent on a policy of openness to trade and investment, which has developed into the network of supply chains that forms the backbone of its manufacturing sector. This is an undeniable fact, and it is one that is still in the forefront of the minds of many policymakers. So I think that will hopefully rescue this region from succumbing to the temptation of copying, the industrial policy enthusiasts when they can ill afford to do so, or certainly to try and rely on what has worked so well in the past, despite the uncertainties of the present, right? And there is some evidence for this, right? That this commitment to an open trade regime is still present. Recently, my home country of Malaysia decided to remove price controls and subsidies on several sensitive agricultural products, right? In a major shift of policies of the recent past. And it reiterated its commitment to openness. Malaysia had also questioned the need to return to pre-pandemic levels of dependence on foreign workers, saying that we should save these jobs for our own people. At a time, this is in the recovery phase of the pandemic, when there was a lot of concern about growth and recovery. But I think to their they have seen through the foolishness of this short-term nationalism, right? They've recognized that the competitiveness of their tradable and non-tradable sector is heavily dependent on being open to foreign workers in keeping non-tradable costs low and allowing them to continue to grow their tradable sector, right? So pragmatism has trumped nationalism, and the policy of openness to labor flows has been reinstated. Even the Philippines, where I spent a couple of decades while I was at the ADB, not known for its liberalization credentials at all, and particularly on its, it's well known for its restrictions on foreign investment and inflows of labor, even though it's a huge exporter of labor. Even the Philippines has recently removed the long-standing and controversial foreign equity limitation on public services, allowing 100% foreign ownership in all public service sectors outside of public utilities, but including things like railways and airports. This is a phenomenal change in policy for a country like the Philippines. This was something that was in their constitution, and they had to maneuver their way through that constitutional restriction to bring in this policy. Constitutional lawyers might explain how they did that better than I can. And then, of course, we had RCEP. And I wanted to mention RCEP because I hope that India will return to RCEP sooner rather than later. And I think RCEP was concluded in the midst of the pandemic by the countries of this region without any of the major Western nations involved in any way. And I think this is an initiative that signals the willingness of the region to continue to embrace openness and the export-led model and its open rules of origin. We discussed this a lot today. I've been listening to a lot of the presentations. At a time of global pressures against liberalization is an important indicator of the region's long-standing commitment to openness despite the uncertainties of the present. Finally, I think if there is a risk to the export-led model, then it will not come from within the region, but from outside. And here I'm talking about the export of the security-driven trade policy of the US. And I think, it was interesting that the APEC meetings were supposed to provide an opportunity at one point to conclude IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, but unfortunately, or depending on your point of view, but in reality, it's turned quite differently with now the trade pillar, which India didn't join, but everyone else did. The trade pillar looks like being removed from it, leaving a skeletal version that contains even more sticks and hardly any carrots. And you would wonder why, many countries that still have a mercantilistic approach to these types of preferential agreements, although this is not an FTA, but it's preferential because it's an exclusive club, even though they focus on rules and standards, why they would take this any more seriously than they did before the trade pillar collapsed. And this, of course, is because of pressure at home in the US from the Democrats, right? And let me finish with this point. I wanted to say a bit more about what's happening in the US. I think what we are seeing is a shift in the dynamic away from the USTR, the US Trade Representative running trade policy, Catherine Tai, giving way to Secretary Raimundo, who runs the Department of Commerce, right? Commerce now is in charge of all the other three pillars of IPEF, right? USTR was in charge of the trade pillar, which is now gone. So this is a commerce initiative. And commerce has a very different mandate from USTR, right? They are mandated to protect US interests and US technology and US firms, not to pursue liberalization, not to pursue a rules-based trading system. They're there basically overseeing the rollout of these huge subsidies and the distortions that they create. And I think these are worrying signs for the future evolution of US trade policy. Having said that, there's an election coming up, anything can change. And this is the final point, I think, reminded of Lord Palmerston, who said this for the first time, but Henry Kissinger stole it and made it popular, and that is that there are no permanent friends or enemies. So you're thinking about friend shoring, and if you're benefiting from it, according to Kissinger and Palmerston, there are no permanent friends or enemies, only interests. So friends and enemies can change, but interests never change. And interests are often a function of whoever is in the White House. And so we'll have to wait and see who that next person will be next year. But with that, I'm sorry if I've taken a bit more time than I wanted to, but thank you very much for your patience and your attention. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for making a couple of provocative statements and giving insights. And of course, you have tried to explain the rationale for the export-led growth, which has played instrumental role for poverty reduction and others. And you trying to convince that forms of trade is actually changing, but because of the interest, it will definitely come back and has to be. Anyway, I know that there will be many questions coming from the audience, but since we are also running out a bit of time, I also take a bit of apology because organizers were also supposed to speak something at the beginning. So let me ask to make the presentation and the remark for the behind.
I think Professor Hildegard wants to say something. She's raised her hand. If the chair can allow her to actually, if she has any questions.
I think this interesting questions would be there for. We'll maybe we let's Professor Bhattacharya, who is supposed to say something behind the holding this kind of conference.
No. Professor Hildegard, kindly go forward and ask the question. Let's finish the question-answer session, and then we will go to all those speeches.
How much time do you have altogether, if you allow?
Yeah. Let us take some time. That is not an issue. But we need to discuss. Discussion is more important.
Yes. Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for a very interesting and insightful presentation. So I was just thinking about what you said about the shift to services and digital trade. And you are, of course, aware of this kind of hand grenade that the US threw into the negotiation room of the GSI on services, which Singapore is, by the way, a co-chair. So I was just wondering, what's your take on this withdrawal of US support for the GSI, and is it possible to move ahead in the GSI on e-commerce after this, in your view? Thank you.
Sure. Should I respond, or are we going to collect questions?
I think at a time, if we get 2-3 questions, if there are any questions immediately coming up from anyone on similar line, in the interest of time, I think. Okay, please go ahead. Meanwhile, others can think for other questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Right. Yes. So thank you very much for that very interesting question. I kind of suspect you have your ideas on this as well. So, so I'll be happy to also hear from you on what you think. But I think, my great disappointment again. I'm a multilateralist at heart, and I think these are issues that are best addressed in the WTO, in a multilateral forum. I know that Singapore is moving ahead on a number of these sorts of initiative in the digital trade area and the DFIRS and the DPIRS and everything else. And it's causing this discord even within ASEAN, right? Because ASEAN is the first regional grouping that's come out with a digital agreement. And then, Singapore says, oh, yes, but, each of us must go at our own speed. We can't go at the speed of the slowest paced member. And this is an issue that's difficult for regional cohesion, right? But I'm not surprised by the US in this respect. I think I've made that kind of clear that I think the US has lost interest in, mainly because of the politics at home, right? I mean, it's become, anything to do with free trade has become so poisonous in the politics on both sides of the house. There's hardly anything they agree on except this, right? On this hollowing out from globalization. And then, of course, it's very quickly tied into China bashing. So, that is something that has legs, and politicians will run with it. And so I'm not surprised by this, and I see no change in that policy. Having said that, let's see what happens with the next occupant of the White House. But I can't see any major changes. And I think Singapore will continue trying to pursue these things, even as others opt out. But it's a pity that we can't get these things discussed more sensibly in a multilateral forum like the WTO. Let me stop there.
Yeah. I think Devashish has also raised hand. Please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I definitely will be thankful to Professor Menon for a very insightful speech, and I wanted to ask many questions, but due to paucity of time, let me limit myself to one only. You raised the question about your optimism about maybe India will join RCEP at some point of time. But, one of the points that in academia, some of the literature that state perhaps the presence of China within RCEP is one of the many, I should not say prime, but one of the major reasons why India decided to leave the bloc at the last moment. So what is your take on this concern? I mean, that kind of will be a permanent consideration for India, right? So how do you see in the post Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Self-Reliance India, and a couple of initiatives the government has launched in the recent past. In light of that, how do you see India joining RCEP in the coming days? Thank you.
Okay. Again, I think this is a question you're probably better.
Professor, just pause for a minute.
Yes.
I think organizer are encouraging all of you to mute your videos for taking some digital photos. Please, Professor Menon.
Okay, right. So I was just saying that I think this is again a question you might be better placed to answer than me. I guess what I was saying was more in the realm of a hope rather than an expectation. I think it is difficult to see how this will happen for the reasons you yourself had mentioned. India is moving in a different direction, and the presence of China in the agreement is issue, right? And that hasn't changed. If anything, it's become a bigger problem since India pulled out of RCEP. As you know very well, tensions have grown, not eased since then between China and India. But RCEP is a mechanism that actually provides an opportunity to deal with a lot of these sorts of grievances, right? I think it's not just India that's concerned about China, but everyone's concerned about China, right? In a sense, I mean, China has a lot of advantages. It has a remarkably agile workforce, although now that's aging, but it's still competitive. It doesn't have absolute advantage. It has comparative advantage. It's not good at everything, although some people seem to confuse the two. But I think the problem is that India is a latecomer to supply chains in manufacturing, unlike the rest of the Southeast Asian members of RCEP, right? And with supply chains, the level of interdependence is so high that the level of competition is secondary, right? There's the ability to carve out production niches for everyone, right? And everyone can benefit in the process that is China-centered, right? It might be China-centered, but doesn't mean China. It's not that China dominates. In the old system of producing goods mostly from start to end within borders, which is what reshoring is about, then you've got the level of competition to worry about. But when supply chains are so thinly sliced and everyone is involved in the production of the final good in different ways, then it's mutual interdependence. And that's why Southeast Asia is not worried about China, because they are part of the Chinese mechanism of production through their supply chains, right? What they're really worried about is the disruptions to China that the US is trying to produce by pushing them out, that will reverberate throughout the supply chain and hit them at home, right? That is their big concern, right? If this trade war escalates, remember the old days, you say when the US sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. If China sneezes, the rest of ASEAN will catch pneumonia, right? Because they are so heavily interlinked with China, and that's a reality. People may not like that, but it's true. And all the shifts and relocations you read about the newspapers hasn't changed that to any significant degree. There's been a lot of movement in labor-intensive industries, textiles, clothing, footwear, toys, leather products, and in the labor-intensive segments of the traditional supply chain industries, which is automotive, electronics, and electrical machinery and equipment, the three key major supply chain industries globally in manufacturing. But those shifts have been in the labor-intensive segments. The capital and the technology-intensive segments have not shifted out of China yet. That's not to say that they won't. If this continues, this escalation of the trade war, they might. But so far, it will take a lot because you have to recreate the whole ecosystem elsewhere, right? And remember, you're talking about the world's largest trading nation here, right? With a huge workforce and other, intrinsic advantages. So, I'm not here to champion China's cause, but I'm here to reflect the reality that the Southeast Asian region, at least, which is the region that I work on mostly, is heavily dependent still on China. And in fact, many countries that are now trying to, de-risk or decouple or whatever you want to call it from China are going to find it very costly when doing so, right? Diversification is fine if that is truly what they're trying to do. But if they try and go much further than that, then this will punish them as much as it punishes China, and then the rest of the world as well. Sorry, to come back to your question, I think it's unlikely that India will return to RCEP, certainly not with the current administration, and it's less likely day by day, unfortunately. It was more a hope rather than an expectation, yeah.
Okay, is there any other questions and clarification? I think this is interesting. The discussion issues has been raised. Couple of provocating direction has also been thrown up. I think those who've been working on core international trade issues should definitely think and rethink, how we are actually heading. Initial statement made that we are somehow temporarily we are actually heading toward wrong direction, and although South Asia have been benefiting, but Southeast Asia and some countries have been benefiting. Anyway, if I say, just since others are thinking, no, but that is also the purpose. Let's say you said that export-led growth has definitely benefited in the last 30 years or so. Years, poverty has been dealt with, through these strategies. Now, since large number of poverty still belong to the South Asian regions, if that, whatever way these regions is growing, that is also good for the world economy as well. What do you think? I mean,
oh, absolutely. I think, I think the South Asian region and Africa are the two regions where, a lot of the poor still reside, in South America. But these are also, India is a relatively young population, right? And Africa is a region that will be making up more and more of the world population as we move towards 2050, right? According to the UN population projection. So this is where, a lot of the action will be, even though we often ignore these regions, right, in our discussions. But there's many ways of reading this. I think Professor Bhagwati was the one who said, everyone sees a vindication of their theories in every economic miracle. So, whatever they believe, they can see it working, in the way they interpret economic performance. But I guess that's true, and my prejudice leads me to believe that India's greatest successes in dealing with poverty and improving the living conditions of those above the poverty line as well has come from its reform programs, right? Liberalization efforts. Currently, I think it's starting to stall, which is unfortunate, but I guess the point of my whole talk was that it's happening everywhere, even in countries that have been beacons of, the export-led model, or embracing, trade liberalization. But can I quickly say a couple of things about, I think our discussion today, the ones that I tuned into on FTAs, was very interesting. But judging the performance of FTAs by whether they contribute to your trade surplus or reduce it or increase your trade deficit, especially bilaterally, is increasingly, not a good idea. And I say this for two reasons. One is that as globalization of supply chains continues, these trade accounts are increasingly meaningless, right? Cast your minds back to the first trade dispute between the US and Japan. We're seeing a replay with China now, right? But in the 90s, we had the same growing trade deficit between Japan and the US, and Japan's GDP was reaching 60% of the US GDP. And everyone, the big problem, right, from the US side. But the difference was they resolved it through agreement, the Plaza Accord, which caused the forced appreciation of the yen and the Deutschmark, and gave birth to regional supply chains in ASEAN, right? So Japan started reporting its surplus with the US from Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, right? They just shifted it to these countries. These trade accounts now don't reflect ownership, right, of the factors. And that's the problem. We have value-added data now that can deal with some of that problem, but not completely. So the data itself, because of the strong trade investment links, the trade deficits or surpluses don't really properly reflect welfare outcomes. Secondly, of course, bilateral balances should not be the focus, right? The important thing is whether your overall trade position is sustainable, right? Now, if you're having a trade deficit with every FTA, if any country has a deficit or growing deficit with every FTA, it must mean one of two things only. One is either your negotiators are uniquely bad, right? Or the problem lies elsewhere, right? It might be within, right? Domestically, right? FTAs work when they induce domestic reforms, right? This focus purely on utilization rates and on preference margins and, whether we got the best deal and whether they dealt with. Of course, trade, tariff and non-tariff barriers are very important, right? But FTAs, I feel, are not the best instrument for dealing with those, and that's why they often don't succeed. But they need to generate domestic reforms indirectly, and that's when they succeed, right? Anyway, I thought that was something that I wanted to add to the discussion today. Let me stop.
Okay, so is there any other questions and the clarification?
Professor Menon was talking about, was referring to Professor Bhagwati, and Bhagwati had a book long time ago called Protectionism, where he was in fact addressing these issues, and he explained how sometimes protectionism comes back and then again retreats, how it comes like so it brought to my mind what I read over there, and probably what we are seeing now is some kind of a phenomena like that, a deglobalization kind of thing.
Yeah.
Very rapid globalization, and then a little bit of deglobalization, then a little bit more globalization. That's how I think Bhagwati had looked at it in that book.
So basically, you're trying to mean that there's a cycle of globalization.
Yes, cycle of globalization and protectionism. Cycle of protectionism and globalization.
That's right. Yes, I have that book. I've read it several times. Yeah, and I think there is something in that, in the cycles, and it's partly because of this, unequal distribution of costs and gains and costs, and the failure of governments to address those disparities through tax transfer schemes, right? But also, I think, as I tried to explain, I think the nature of the technological changes this time around is also masking some of those the amplitude of those changes, right? So I think the slowdown may not have been as great because of the compositional shifts towards digital trade. And so maybe it's not as bad, which is important only because it suggests it's more like a cycle than a trend. Yeah. So that comes back to that point that Bhagwati was making in that nice little book, which was actually one of those Mead lectures, I believe. Yeah, that's right, that he delivered. Yeah. So hopefully it's cyclical, then we don't need to worry too much, because I think at the end of the day, the poor especially are made much better off, surprisingly enough, by liberalization, right? And that's been the record in countries where there's been a consistent program of trade liberalization, like in many countries of Southeast Asia. And when they haven't, I think we have seen, the reverse take place. Yeah.
Okay. Let's wind up this the discussion. Very interesting talk. We need definitely industrial policies to promote export-led growth, which played instrumental role promoting not only development but also helped neighboring country to also grow. So, and then Professor Menon also tried to see the presence of Chinese economies as well in the world market, at least for the growth revival, and China cannot be ignored. Reliance could be little bit diversified, but cannot be ignored. And then form of trade or the volume of trade can be changed, but with the help of digitalizations, trade, not only goods, but the service definitely be flooded. So that's how the globalization would be moving ups and downs. We are somewhere in the middle now. We'll be hoping that we'll go towards the boom some point of time, and that will also rationalize us to come back once again and discuss what we have experiences. So with that, I should definitely thank Professor Menon to give us a thought-provoking, issues and what is happening in our own world, and giving some food for some of the scholars who are working and dealing with the practical issues of the trade, and also taking to the students and teaching them. So thank you once again for your time and your thoughts. Next, I should also apology from Devasis and Ranajoy. I actually had changed the order of calling. Now I should definitely call Professor Ranajoy, who played instrumental role behind having this kind of online discussion in the conference, where the scholars working various issues should be presented and discussed. And how much he has been successful. He should definitely say something in front of us. Professor Bhattacharya, please unmute.
No, I don't have much to say. Only major point to make is that it's good to get all the appreciation when the work has been done by Devashish and Wendrila, all the hard work, and Saptorshi and Kinnori. So it has been hard. I think Saptorshi is a young PhD student in IFT, and he has gone through learned the things the hard way. It's not easy to organize such a conference because it involves so many time zones. That is the most challenging part of it. And and Devashish, of course, it's Devashish's idea, and Devashish push through it, as he always does in case of all issues in foreign trade review. He does all the heavy lifting, and we are all indebted to him for doing that. But Devashish, I think you have a presentation to give regarding the future of FDR. One, I was listening to Professor Menon, and I was trying to think how we can enrich the journal with this conference. And what we realized is that we are getting papers, lots of papers now, thankfully, because of a little bit of ranking that we have got MEDC and Scopus Q2. But the papers are all in similar direction. I don't know, maybe we are trying to diversify, and many new opportunities came, many new ideas came. For example, this link between foreign FTAs and investment in the presence of global value chain. This can be, I think, this topic of an entire special issue. I mean, how the two should be looked at together. Now, welfare effects of FTAs will change quite a Kemp-Wan theorem that might change a lot when we look at, we bring in intermediate goods and we look at trade and investments together. And also there was another idea regarding IPR, trade and the relationship between trade and intellectual property rights. There are also some ideas, fresh ideas came in. So it was very helpful for FTR, because then we can think about the directions in which we were thinking about organizing a special issue on international migration and its effect, especially migration of people into Europe, into USA, and its effect not only on trade but also on other issues. But so we have got a couple of new ideas from here. We will definitely try to pursue it. And I now give it over to Devashish. Devashish, please give your presentation now. Do you have a presentation now?
Yes. Just let me share it. Though I will be very brief now. We have crossed the time, so.
No problem.
Professor Menon is to the east of us, so I know the time it's quite at the late part of the day. So just let me quickly move to the presentation. Okay, so it's a great thing to have the CIIE conference. What we thought that we have roped in a number of prominent academicians from across the globe for part of being FTR editorial team. So we are really thankful, Professor Menon, Professor Hildegard. They both agreed as editorial board advisor of FTR to give the special lectures. And both of us are with us in this session now. So we wanted that there has to be a forum that must allow young researchers to come up on one hand, and some of the FTR editorial board members to actually interact with each other through an academic conference. So that was the prime motivation behind the FTR. And let me take this opportunity to briefly talk about the path FTR is going to take. Number one, I think I should start by saying there is an aims and scope of FTR that is there in the SAGE website, but we are slowly digressing from that given the requirements of different indexing databases. For instance, we were told by SAGE a couple of years back that the commentaries, they are actually not going to be counted as articles, and we have to cut down the publication of them. So as you can see, from 2021, we have stopped publishing commentaries and our focus has been on publishing articles primarily. So the SAGE Crack, the website that we have developed, where submission and review and tracking, everything can be happen online. So that's actually helping us to a great extent in ensuring that the submissions and publication decisions, they happen in a very transparent manner. And as Professor Bhattacharya was mentioning, we have indeed moved a lot in terms of the qualities. We have got the ABDC B accreditation this year, and earlier the Scopus and ABS ranking, which helped us to get more articles. In fact, you can see the last 2 years scenario, 21 and 22, the full year submission, and 23 we have already clocked number that we have witnessed last year. Good thing is the accept rate that you are witnessing, that is coming down, and in 23 towards the end it is coming closer to a single digit that we actually want. So when we look at the meta-analysis of the papers that we are publishing and which are having a good citation, we see primarily COVID dominated the scenario in 2021 and 22 period. Now in 23, again, deglobalization, supply chain, Russia-Ukraine war, a couple of things are becoming major downloadable and citable issues. So maybe we are going to look into some of them. In fact, let me very briefly refer to a decision that we had undertaken in 2019 and following that ever since, that in addition to the normal track publications that we are having, we are also going to have a number of special issues. We are thankful to Professor Hildegard for guest editing a special issue on trade-in services. We had a paper by Nadia earlier in the FTR special session. We are grateful to Nadia for guest editing a special issue on global trade and investment flows. All of them contributed significantly in shaping the impact factor of FTR, which we got for the first time in 2022. So it's more than one, that's a good thing, but we have to move forward and take it as high as we can in the days to come. So the acknowledgement, citation, all are actually moving in a single direction in which we want to take the journal forward. Now, what are the ways in which we would like to take the journal forward? I'm just sharing some of the issues here, and we would like to take the advice of the editorial board members in days to come. Short run, we would like to attract young scholars. CIIE had been organized in this current context to facilitate FTR as a forum so young researchers would take note of the conference, know about the journal, and they will come forward. We are going to always be very open to publication of special issues. In fact, this year in January, we published the special issue in the Issues in the honor of Professor Murekem, who went to his heavenly abode last year, and it was quite well appreciated. A number of good papers were published in that special issue. We would like to take the acceptance ratio down to around 7 to 8%, even lower than today's rate, because we want to be now extremely choosy about the articles we publish. Fortunately, the ABDC B accreditation had given us that luxury in terms of higher submissions. Increasing the impact factor and I-10 and age indices, that's the short run goal. So quality of publication is going to be the primary focus. Looking into the accreditation in ABS, Social Science Citation Index, Scopus, and ultimate goal, reaching the ABDC A ranking is our long-term focus. So all of which we hope, if we are continuing to get good papers and organize the special issues, should automatically happen with increase in the impact factor. But the ABDC one journey that might take 8 to 10 years, that will not be, we know, a very easy exercise. So short run, the initiative that we are planning, CIIE 2024 will be organized with a wider scale, both in terms of the geographical spread that we are having in today's context and coverage of the research sub-themes that we could cover in this particular version. A number of special issues that we floated in late 22 and early 23, the one on cryptocurrency, one on economic development and trade integration in Africa, and the other one very recently launched on essays in honor of Professor Ron Jones after his demise. Now, two more things we have in mind. 2025 is going to mark two things. One, The 60th volume of FTR will be published during that year. So we have to do something that we academically celebrate that occasion in an appropriate fashion. And second, it will mark the 30th year of WTO's inception. So special issue on WTO is definitely going to come. On celebration of the 60th volume of FTR, we are having some plans, but let's see how we can execute them. So as I would conclude by saying, we are open to suggestions from Professor Hildegard, Professor Menon, and all other editorial board members of the journal. In fact, when Professor Bhattacharya was talking about the international migration, which is actually a surface issue. So maybe I look forward to discuss that with Professor Hildegard if she is willing. I know she is extremely busy and we are really thankful that she agreed for the special inaugural lecture delivery. So if she is willing to co-edit such a issue with another scholar, that can be a very good idea for us. Without further delaying the process, let me stop at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chakraborty. And so today is the very last. So we come to the end of the session. I would, we are running quite late, so I would not take much time, but thank everyone for their support. A special thanks to our director, Professor Bhatia, our center head, Professor Rangarajan, whose unwavering support has helped us to bring up this conference in a very short time. We thank the Economics Division Department, Professor Nag, Professor Sahu, the FTR team for bringing this up whole thing together. Special thanks to Professor Hildegard and Professor Menon. I think the topics that had been touched upon today, one is on AI, the introduction of new technology, and deglobalization, the two issues. I think that's going to turn around the idea of standard trade theory. So I think these are very important issues, and I'm sure all of us have learned a lot, and we are going to take it forward from here onwards. Also, the other participants in the other parallel sessions and technical sessions have actually spoken about a wide variety of things altogether, maybe the global value chain to questioning and revisiting the standard trade theory. So it was quite an engaging kind of sessions that we have seen all this while for the last 2 days. I would like to thank all the faculty members of IFT, both Kolkata, Delhi campus, and economics faculty, particularly from the Kolkata campus, for their support in like reviewing the papers and coming up and sharing sessions at the very last moment. So that's very engaging. And to have it online, I think we cannot go ahead without thanking our IT support team, Atulji, under Atulji's guidance. Nothing can be done without finance department's help. So yes, the finance department program office, in particular, Unmesh Das Sharma has done all the running around. So a round of applause for Unmesh also. The session coordinators, student volunteers, particularly Shoptorshi, has to be congratulated on his debut performance here in conducting conferences with Kinnori and Ahana from our MA batch and Anusha. They have done come up together and has helped us in conducting this seamlessly. And last but not the least, of course, the initiative was from Professor Bhattacharya, the editor of FTR. He has conceptualized everything. He was instrumental behind all the things. So which papers will go where, from scheduling stuff, and all the things have been taken care. Professor Chakraborty had been very active with not only with this conference but overall, like shouldering the journal altogether. So special thanks to Professor Chakraborty and Professor Bhattacharya. And with that, I'll conclude, and we hope to have you all again in the next version of CIIE conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So let's conclude the conference, virtual conference here, is it?
Yes.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you all.